This is normally where our 30-second ad would be running. We're just double checking to make sure that our stream manager is actually running it. And of course, we seem to be having some technical difficulties at the moment, so bear with me for just one moment while I try to figure out what's going on here. All right. Welcome to another session of Philly by Night. Tonight is our King's Guard coterie, the Ancilla session. Our tonight's session is entitled The Drums of War. As we start out our night, it is in character date is August the 1st, 2025. Another night here in Philadelphia brings us another night closer to the inevitable. The city holds its breath. The city itself seems to be twisting. Shadows grow a little longer. Buildings loom a little bit more intensely. There is a sense of claustrophobia even on the widest of streets. There is a choking, stifling energy in the air as our Ancilla prepare for what we have come to call the unfortunates. We are going to start our night with our early risers, which tonight I believe.
Nope.
Cyrene. An hour before sunset, you rouse from day sleep. Mr. Carey is just bringing Arwen back in from his nightly walk. You hear him puttering around upstairs, your coteries faithful ghoul, giving Arwen a bit of breakfast, making sure that the Howell house is neatly tidied and everything is set up for your evening. Are there any special preparations that Cyrene would like to take before the rest of the coterie rouses from day sleep?
She will do her usual rollover, kiss the still sleeping Lenka on the top of her head, do the prayers, and then check over the notes that she has made on the dossier that they were given from Islington about the hunters and Zero's plans of using media and the things that she and Darlene talked about, and also just making a small to-do note, hearing Mr. Carey to work on updating their will and everything, just because we're heading back into war again.
Okay. So as the sun does sink beneath the Philadelphia skyline, we will turn to our usual risers. Start with Mr. Mallory. You've been staying at your personal haven, yes?
Yes.
Excellent. So, as you rouse from your day sleep, I believe we had a little bit of hunger.
We did.
Not mistaken.
We're a little bit hungrier, but we plan on packing a snack and taking it with us, in that we still have the book from Sifra before that he didn't use, so he's going to take that gardening manual with him, and we'll take the serious business sword as well,
Very nice.
and we'll head out.
Excellent.
Having a little hunger seems like it might be just a little useful these days. War is
And
hungry work.
War is hungry work. Are there any other special preparations that you'd like to make before you head on over to Powell House?
Not that I can think of. No, I think we are. He's going to do his best to see if he has attracted any attention of the pesky human variety that seems to be the problem recently. But
it does not seem as though you have attracted any undue attention, but unlike your coterie, you don't feed from the mortals of this city.
that is true.
So it is a lot harder for the hunters to catch you in the act. We are going to move over to Dante. Mr. Dubois,
Yes.
have you been staying at the Coterie Haven, or have you been staying at your personal haven?
Personal.
So, as you rouse from day sleep, let's just double check this here. We did wake up a teensy bit hungry, but nothing that tapping your herd wouldn't solve. And you're able to do just that. You call up one of the few individuals that you maintain as a personal herd. And are able to slake your hunger there. Are there any special preparations you would like to make before you head over to Powell House?
Yeah, I've become a little bit back into my old ways, muscle memory, cautious. I've also been working with Moonin, my little raven. We now have a base conversation we can have.
Excellent.
Both myself and Moonin would probably use my knowledge of the Undercity to avoid unnecessary eyes as much as possible on my way to the Powell House. And
Excellent.
that's how I'd make my way there instead of taking the normal truck or motorcycle.
Yeah. And you are easily able to navigate the labyrinth of tunnels beneath the streets of Philadelphia, and you emerge in the basement of Powell House, which is going to bring us over to Mr. Omadra. Finnegan, as you also rouse from day sleep, oh, the hunger. It claws at you. The beast brays for blood, demands to be sated. And that ever-present passenger makes himself known once more. Soon enough, boyo. You keep letting this happen. It's going to be my turn in the driver's seat.
Not a chance. And my boy is doing just fine.
Oh, I kept him good and safe for you. Raised him right proper.
Right, proper. Starts growling, almost like swings at the wall.
It is galling that he would dare call something that belongs to you his. But let's see here.
Tay like thumps against me and brings me back in.
And it brings you back in enough to remind you that we do have a herd built specifically for this kind of situation.
Kind of looks in the mirror and just says, "Go feck yourself, you twat," and just goes and finds his herd. And just starts whistling to himself to just anything to get him out, get it out of his head.
And you are able to track down an individual in the herd, and you are able to slake your hunger. And that brings us lastly, but not leastly, to the other kindred that has been occupying Powell House during all of this. Lenka, as you rouse from day sleep, that old familiar hunger claws at the back of your throat. The voice of your sire echoes in the back of your mind, the voice of the beast demanding to be fed, demanding to hunt, to break and twist everything around you. It is a difficult call to stave off. And we are going out for a hunt tonight, yes?
I already rolled.
Yep.
But yeah, first she uses the coterie herd to take the brunt of it, and then she goes out and takes a nibble somewhere.
And that first sip, oh, it is exquisite. But through sheer force of will, you are able to stave off a hunger frenzy. It is not easy, but you manage. And you're just summoning the herd to Powell House? You're not actually going out and hunting?
Well, she was gonna go out hunting after, because she only used one
Okay.
hunter off with the herd. So
So
she summons
when
the
you are
herd and then goes.
when you are going out to hunt, are you going out alone?
Preferably no.
I take it you and Cyrene are gonna bop off for a quick nip.
Yeah.
Okay. Heads or tails?
Oh God. Heads. This is gonna
Good
be
job.
Great. Oh.
There is no further complications to the night's feeding.
Thank goodness.
All of you are now gathered at Powell House. Even though their player could not make it, Zero is also there in the meeting room, but he seems hopelessly stuck inside of his own head. He is present, but I wouldn't expect much in the way of analysis or answer from him. Mr. Carey has laid out the meeting room. There are copies of the dossier in front of each of the seats, along with what looks like glasses of lemonade. Because, bless him, he is competent, but He's just not that bright. He is nowhere to be seen. You can hear him puttering throughout Powell House, but he is not in the meeting room. So, as you all gather, I turn the scene over to you.
Cyrene would put like just a heavier blanket that they made over Zero's lap and just kind of pat because she recognizes the 1,000-yard stare of I researched too hard close to the sun. And then go take a seat and pull out the notes that they have on their on the dossier that they have, and along with some like plans written off to the side, and just kind of look at everybody like, I guess we're here again.
It was nice when it lasted.
Peace is a band-aid. War is always brewing up underneath. There's always going to be those struggling to get what someone else has. It's always good to be prepared. That's why you got to stay sharp. With a crazed look in his eye.
Does say something that the prospect of war is almost refreshing. It's what I know, I guess.
It's good to allow a sword to be a sword again. I'm no use as a feckin' wall decoration.
Time to get creative with the boomsticks.
And speaking of, with war, looks like we have a target list, right? Kinda
Yeah,
looks over to
we
Cyrene.
do got a list. I would advise, given the fact that we were so heavy with our fireworks displays last time, that's kind of what pulled a lot of them here. We keep it for option Z.99 if everything else has gone to shit.
Now that's really far down the alphabet.
You're really hamstringing us here.
Weren't you just didn't you send me a note about chemicals and that one that we was talking to during the meeting? The one that was actually nice.
Yes, I did say that you and Dante should meet Darlene and probably work together with Rowan and Alicia on some end stage defense mechanisms should it come to that.
I will be more selective, and it's not my fault that everything in the city is historic.
Some definitions of historic.
Right?
It's very young.
Couple 100 years over here. They don't know nothing about the Dolmens over in Ireland.
Yeah. The city is almost 250 years old. Well, a little older than that, because Philadelphia does predate the country by a few years. But all said and done, it is as historic as America gets. But you find yourselves joined by a seventh individual this evening, as your shadow has once again decided to make an appearance here at Powell House to help you sift through the information and potentially come up with a plan of dealing with these hunters. So you may go ahead and make your entrance there, Alicia.
I have had, in the last 48 hours, had to talk to Camarilla courts about someone killing a prince for the love of all things holy.
Is John? Are we?
If it was John, I'd be a lot more upset.
I feel like the city would be on fire if it was John. But yeah, I had that thought too. It was
So I know he is harder to kill than, well, others.
I let yous know that he and Benny are off playing Batman and Robin, right?
Eventually, I got the note about that.
Batman and Robin.
Sometimes they perch on the ceilings like gargoyles and protect the city.
Interesting.
Right.
Seifer showed me a
Superhero.
whole board, and it was complicated, but they're fine.
So between a Banu Hakim deciding they're going to pass some judgment on the city and that whole murdering a prince, I have had my hands full. Please tell me y'all have something.
We have a target list.
Well, that's a good start.
And we're starting to talk about ways of getting them out of the picture. Some of them people want to ghoul, to bring into the fold. Others, it is hard to remove them from the board. And so I think Dante was having some kind of plan of exposing or something.
Yes, some of them have what do you call political leanings. I believe Antonio Ward. The only one person does not have an alias, coincidentally. Leans a little to the right. A little is an understatement. With ties to the church and a very left-leaning city. Tries to stay out of the spotlight. She also works with an Elaine Thatcher, who is a lot more of the left-leaning and tends to lean on the animal rights. So my proposal was to put them in the spotlight through media, through anonymous donations in their name, to where perhaps the city might acknowledge their philanthropy.
Good. Good. That sounds good.
Yeah.
Monsieur Dubois,
Yes,
I'm going to need you to get with Ms.
ahead.
Dillard on that one.
Dillard. Okay. Are we still using the Rat Union primarily through contacts?
It's probably for the best. Just stock up on cheese.
Will do.
I'll loan you my Costco card.
Are we still using the peas?
Well, yes, but some of them are starting to put on a little weight, and that's not healthy
Oh.
for them all the time. That's supposed to be more of a sometimes food.
Understood.
We'll switch to veggies and whatnot. I was also gonna say, Dante, if you're talking to Miss Chancellor Harpy Dillard about that, she'll point over to Zero. That one apparently had a run-in with Antonia, and ended up framing it on Reddit as a hate crime.
Oh my. I'll keep that in mind. And also, since you are fond of calling me the dad of the coterie, not a fan, but whatever. I noticed that Vanessa has daddy issues, potentially, and ties to the local police. So we could play with that a little bit, perhaps. Other than that, I don't have much of a plan for the others.
Well, it's a start, and we can't be fighting a war on more than one front. That is just idiocy at its finest. So the faster we can move these pieces off the board, the faster we can concentrate on what the real problems might be.
The case, and she'll kind of look over the list again just to take a look at her notes.
I think the linchpin holding all of this together seems to be that Benji Bancroft. Seems like he would be very hard to get off the board, but get him off, rest of the pieces fall out.
With him, it seems he likes the control, having plans upon plans, connections. So I think the best way to do that is to unravel and to rock his comfortability.
Best way to deal with someone who has a lot of plans is to throw a fucking monkey wrench into it.
Exactly.
You had something you wanted to say, Lenka? Okay.
No,
I
I was
just-
just trying to
I saw your-
focus my camera.
I
getting
saw your
closer.
hand. I just wanted to make sure.
Oh yeah, no, I was
Don't mind me.
Mike was just in there listening.
So
There
what
is-
about it?
Not the thing is,
Go on, Simon, please.
no, I was gonna say this. Benji fella. It's looking over the dossier. It's very clear he is the strategist. He's the one who's telling people how to use their connections. But strategist is nothing if you don't got the connections to lean on. You start pulling away Gray, Vanessa, Antonia, all them. That's really hitting them in the pocketbook, and it's the reason I was thinking about it after talking to folk. We won Philadelphia is we made it costly. We made the other side use up their resources just as quickly as they got them. Hell, we even funneled away a lot of their resources.
That's a good point. And also, this Benji guy, he seems to be like kind of paranoid. And if you take all the pieces away from under him, he's gonna get probably more paranoid and more scared and more likely to make mistakes.
Also,
what
very.
y'all-
Go ahead.
So what you're saying is attacking the center of their web by knocking out some of the anchor branches.
He seems to be vastly prepared, even with that. And Finn tries to like find the page with. I don't want to reveal him too soon, but with Benji on it, and like puts it to his face, trying to read it because he's still learning. And he's just like, seems he has a don't shoot unless guaranteed.
Ah.
So if we see him on the street, don't try to be a hero or fucking nothing.
Yeah.
Well, the best way to cut off support for the center is to disconnect his information system. He ain't got no information system, he can no longer be the center controller. So it was Elaine and what was the name of that other one?
Antonia?
No, not that one.
The daddy issues one? Oh,
Daddy
Vanessa.
Issues.
Vanessa is.
Yeah, she has lots of tattoos.
Oh my.
Kind of hot. Not gonna lie.
I need to make sure that Sifra doesn't see this.
What are we not allowing Sifra to see?
The tattoo. I don't need her to see all the different outfits and tattoo. She already has great ideas.
So if she asked me to help her with that, I'm supposed to say no. Your dad would kill me, correct?
Squints, just squints, and you're just like, no, don't
I'm just
mention me.
asking.
Just tell her that that's what God would want. Be. You have the rosary.
Right. So hang on. So what I'm gonna say is just switch to flawless Gaelic. You're gonna be a nun. You're gonna work for Jesus, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Anywho, speaking of like, she doesn't have daddy issues. Vanessa has daddy issues, and that's who we're focusing on.
Right. So which one of y'all is fixing to play daddy?
Oh, that I
Turns
guess
to
would be.
Dante.
That would be me. I do have the tattoos.
Lenka looked like she was about to say something, but just like kind of looks over towards Dante.
Have we discussed a backup in case the very obviously masculine Monsieur Duval is not quite our daddy issues cup of tea?
Do we have anyone with the ties to the government? I mean, mine are more on the historical building end of things, not so much the law enforcement.
Well, we got Rowan, but we run into the same problem. What happens if she's not interested in man?
Oh, you're saying she's one of them bicyclists.
You know, I would not. I would make a sacrifice. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, to be fair, she's also the computery one, and so if used to go with, aren't you like finagly with things?
Oh no. Me, what? Sorry, my camera.
I'm so Finnegan, your brain is a scientific wonder, but I'm gonna need you to explain the thought process here.
What do you mean?
I'm trying to figure out what you're getting at here.
Y'all two mess with tech, right? Just your presence messes with technology.
Hi. It's not as strong as you'd think, though. Like, I can still send a text
Okay.
message, but you know how sometimes the words get mumbled and jumbled, and sometimes it doesn't arrive in time? Like, that's kind of the where I'm at with a text, so.
I thought that was just a fancy font.
No. No. I mean,
Right.
no.
So if
Lenka
you
goes over to, like, a lamp and just, like, touches it, and it just, like, goes, like, flick, flick. That's about what I'm doing.
Okay.
I have to, like, be so close. And, like,
So
Nothing weaponizable.
so if you used to meet her at a bar, and I don't know what the phrase is, pitch the field to her, see who she goes for, and then we take her, you remove her off the board, killing her. We go to her lair while you guys are doing that.
I could be doing something to her, but
Oh
you know,
boy, oh boy.
But the thing is that I'm worried about with her is that I'm a little bit sensitive to like strong light and stuff, and if like I'm really vulnerable if she's like a techie type that also is prepared with like strong light. So
Also, not to put too fine a point on things. Like, how are you with dealing with normal people? I don't have the
how
best.
you doing?
Yeah, I don't have the
I don't
best luck with
I don't know.
normal people, and I know you are.
That's kind of like looks over to Cyrene that way. That's kind of like you need to answer that. Like you're the therapist.
Above table, this is low humanity gives us negatives to trying to interact with mortals.
It does.
I just have more, but
Oh no. I just got more humanity. Don't send me to talk with her.
you don't get better at talking with mortals. You just don't get worse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cyrene will kind of think for a second and look over at Zero, then look over at Lenka and sigh. It is probably better. Just trying to think how to say this. It is probably we can. I'm not saying you can't go and talk to her, but lately, if you poke your head out sometimes and make people, run across the street, remembering the guy go pick her up cigarettes from the corner store instead of take a walk.
It might my issue is that you see the makeup, it's very cool. It's not makeup, guys. It's just how I look now. It's just the black veiny shit. That's not makeup.
Lenka does have the veins of oblivion around her eyes.
Well, that might be attractive to some
It's fucking rad, but
some people.
That's a word.
Pointedly not looking at Cyrene.
Cyrene is not looking at Luke, just kind of going like
Yeah,
this,
it's-
actually.
That's probably for the best. This is a hunter who might know some of the more obvious signs. As our only, if this was just a person we were dealing with, then I would feel better about sending any of us. But this is someone in the know. So some of the-
I would personally probably have more luck trying to lure out the crime guy than I would have to deal with her. As much as I would love to try, because have you seen her? But
It seems with her, she does have some family issues, but it also seems that she has lots of plans. She's also like this Benji person. She's very smart. She's adept. She has a contact within the police force, and it says something about booby traps, I think. So even
Right.
if we were to find her den, and stop it, Lenka. If we were to find just to get the spray bottle. Even if we were to find her den, it would be very costly to try and get her.
right. You don't bait a bear in their den.
No,
So
it might
finding
be
her
best if
outside would be best.
precisely. Does anyone have contacts within the dark web, or however that works, to see if you can figure out a different walking pattern if she goes outside ever, and then we can maybe get her there?
I only have my law enforcement kind of
Well, Linka, what
law
about
person.
Mama?
I was getting to that because I have Mama and she probably has someone who does tech stuff. I'd have to go and ask.
There is also someone within the city who has some prodigious tech skills. You have seen him do some improbable things with computers. He is the one who has been securing all of our electronic communications so far. The prince happens to think highly enough of him that he has worn many hats in the city. So there is the chance that you could
Go ahead.
call on Mr. Everly.
Hear me out, and she'll point in the dossier where she put some notes. This one, Vanessa, she's a pretty. I can't imagine she's happy with the state of the world at the moment. And everything. Most people like that aren't. Rowan, knowing him and how much of a workaholic he is and how many fingers he got in a lot of pies, and what have you, could probably put out something convincing enough to get her coming somewhere to where she thinks it's for something. Then we go from there.
A
Okay.
different sort of honeypot then. One with a cause instead, which
Of
might
course.
be easier to fake.
Could he track her down so we can get her exact location? And I don't think she would expect to be found. You know what I mean? I get she might have traps and stuff, but if one is as good as her, I don't know.
You know what? Cyrene. Sorry, just set off my personal digital assistant there.
Yes, a wise storyteller.
Could you give me a wits and insight with your
I've got body language and interrogation.
Okay, so neither one of those would help, but a wits and or no, I'm sorry, not wits. Resolve and insight, because you're looking deeper into this dossier and trying to
Okay.
read between the lines.
Gotcha. Let me find our rolling channel here. Come on, Discord. There we go.
How do assistance
Little engine
dice
that could.
Um, if you want to help Cyrene and you have dots in insight, you can offer an assistance die.
I have 1 dot in insight. I'm probably not too helpful.
You would not be the most helpful.
That's still bumps.
More than
But
one person help. I
it's-
have 2 in insight.
I will allow 2 people to help Cyrene.
Balloons.
Happy birthday!
Yippee! That'll
Yesterday,
bring me up
I
to
saw a
8.
balloon.
We all float down here. I have 2 dots as well.
So we can help.
So 2 of you can help. Which
Okay.
2, it matters not to me.
Imagine that would be Dante and Lenka, since they have 2 dots each. That makes more sense. Luke's just like,
More sense.
I could just stab these
Yeah.
people. If I just
Hey,
stab them, then they're not a problem.
We could just kill them. Like
That's
that.
what I
That
keep
solves all
saying.
issues.
That's what I
Just
keep
a guy.
saying. Good
I
job.
also
Not a
can't-
car.
I also can't read, so I don't know. I'm trying.
May I blood surge, or is this more of just intently staring and not thinking about the blood?
You can blood surge if you want to.
I mean, that bring me up to 10, so let's try it.
Show me what you got. Meanwhile, Luke and Finn are sitting off in the corner going like, why don't we just kill these fucking people?
Why don't we just kill these guys?
I mean, I
that-
do have to get my Fenians to look out for Colin. That is something I do have to.
What is that the George Carlin bit of, why don't we just kill this man?
Right. Why don't we just kill these people?
6 gonna do it, or should I go crit fishing?
6 will do it.
Okay.
It would occur to you, given your knowledge of people and the soundboarding that you have with Lenka and Dante, that somebody like Vanessa is going to be hard to bait out, because most of her actions are on the web, hacking, information, passing information from place to place. So seeing her out in the street would be a rarity. She strikes you as the type that would stay pretty much insulated in her lair. And most of these hacker types, they have a certain amount of hubris to them, where they are difficult to find, but nobody's impossible to find. However, Elaine does seem to be out and about a lot more, given that she has contacts within animal control and has likely the names, at the very least the faces, of anybody who feeds off of animals in the city, especially if they've dealt with animal control. So she is a
Gotcha.
far more public facing target, one that you might just run into on the streets, and would probably be the easier target to bait out.
All right. So, hear me out. Long term, we start setting up a sting for Vanessa, getting her out in some way. It's with the way things work now, DoorDash, Uber, etc. Most people don't gotta leave their houses anymore to even shop. They can just stay home. So slowly figuring out how to find her. What's the thing I'm looking for? Elaine here. She's out. She works with people on a daily basis. Hell, she monitors what we do by using those people and talking to them daily. She got that weak point even. And she'll point to the name Alfie Doty? Darty? I ain't sure how to.
Doherty,
Okay.
I think.
Aoife.
Dar-
Aoife Doherty.
Aoife Doherty.
Aoife George. Listen
They-
here. If the
Those
Irish
Gaelic
could move-
names. Those Gaelic names are a
They're
mess.
persnickety.
Throw all the vowels in a bag, dump them out, and then tell you what it says.
Oh, that's how they named their children. They just went to the druid and shake, 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 boom, ta-da.
That's where
Hey,
Scrabble came
You
from.
got to go to the druid. Got to go to the druid for everything. Hey, it seems she meets for drinks with this one kind of semi-regularly, and I also have a contact within the animal control, so I could possibly tap into that, see if I can get a deeper glean into her schedule, or when she might swing by the animal control center if she does at all.
She's also funneling those of us that still practice our faith by going to church.
True.
So if we work on taking her out first, pulling her off the board, especially given her ties with the prince, we're gonna have to be careful about that.
Yeah. And Finn just looks at Alicia and just like at that bottom line where it says this woman does have some sort of relationship with the prince, possibly a romantic entanglement ? And just like looks at Alicia, just like, would you prefer this be done? What do they say on the TVs? With all due haste and just fucking kill her.
That is more your choice than mine.
Well, I know, but I'm just asking. Like, if you had, I'm gonna shut up. I know the answer, I think.
It is also worth noting if this Benji is as paranoid and much of a planner as this document says he is, as we start removing pieces, he is going to react. So any plan we have beyond the first, maybe the second, are going to need to change vastly as he tries to move to counter.
Maybe we coordinate the grabs on multiples at once.
Yeah.
Go
Is there a
fast.
way that we can like get them all in at once? I don't think so, but like
I don't think this, as we said, this man is a planner. He's not going to leave his pieces in a place where they are easy to counteract with just ourselves. I think as much as I would like to strike them all at the same time, that is going to be difficult, especially when one has a compound. One won't leave their own potentially booby-trapped home. I know any plan we have beyond first contact is going to need to evolve.
If I'm looking at it, wars are won on resources and information. Our best bet is to go after the three most facing who are doing that. That's going to be Elaine, Jerry's kid, and Antonia. Zero's already started on Antonia. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
No. That's a very that is a good plan. I was just saying that when we act, we will need to be decisive and ready to react to whatever they throw back, because you don't live this long as a hunter of monsters without being very skilled at either keeping yourself alive at the cost of others, or good at striking back in such a way that makes it costly.
Precisely. And further to your
Hey,
point, if we
sorry,
can
sorry.
do it all at once. Oh, go on.
Oh, no. You carry on, and then I'll ask my question.
You're right. If we take them out one by one, this chess master is going to realize it and pull up his defenses and shore up. I think this does need to be a multi-pronged, coordinated kind of assault, in which a lot of the pieces are going to be moving all at once. We're gonna we have a political campaign and smear thing that will besmirch both Antonia and Elaine. I can have animal control looking out for her, as well as we know that she has these kind of weekly drinking nights. With Collins, with Mr. Collins, Lenka, you have a lot of contacts within the criminal network. You can use those. I can try to figure out the from the Fenian side and see if I can get in with more of his locations, comings and goings, and what he's up to. See if I can't get him in more of a public space, away from his protections of the gangs in the black market and his criminal enterprises. And for Vanessa, unfortunately, it seems the best way to lure her would be to kind of lie in wait. We would need to set a big trap for her, and that might take some time, but in the meantime, we can be figuring out the other three, as you said. But all of this is moving tangentially, all at once.
It's in the we have other resources to the biker gangs and other things that might allure out if the event was big enough. The dossier says leans towards anti-authority. I can't think of anything more anti-authority than a biker gang. There also tend to be middle-aged men and women. So perhaps I reach out to them and see if there's any big events and maybe help promote to perhaps lure her out. That can be a background thing that is constantly in play while we focus on the Antonia and Elaine and Mr. Collins.
There's lots of different avenues to all of them, it seems. While they have their resources, we still have ours. And while the general is off doing what he's doing, still protecting the city, it's up to us to make sure that everyone stays safe. And to be removing pieces off the board.
And I understand that the compound that is it Antonia that has the compound?
Yeah, she's got. If anything, I'm surprised. Well, given the line of work, I'm still surprised the Venture didn't snap her up right quick.
Right. They are picky sort, though. Maybe not so much that obviously we don't want to try and infiltrate the compound, but perhaps a presence of annoyance. Just letting them know that something is around, peeking at that location could be enough to pull their attention off the focus of us, or perhaps make them slip up at some point.
What if we had some kind of journalist go that way?
I should mention that this compound is not within Philadelphia. It is down in Texas.
Right, but we probably have contacts through, I would imagine, John, that could reach out and pay a presence.
Zero's from San Antonio. I know that out of character. In character, I don't know if that's been revealed.
Would we be able to get someone, as you said, to just investigate it? Hire some kind of journalist, some kind of snoop, to just go around and have them be like, "Oh, we need to circle the wagons back home and pull her back."
I think with with the whole PR stunt that we could do, like putting a spotlight on that compound maybe will just automatically attract a lot of attention.
If she is putting this much effort into protecting that compound and the people there, even a credible threat that we don't have to act on might pull her away from things here enough that it exposes her or makes it where she's less useful. So we don't even need to have a threat. We just need to present one to that compound.
There's that new guy in the city works with a Cephas group. Colin. He used to be in the journalist side of things. He might be able to reach out to a person for us. Kind of get that ball rolling. Plus, you all got somebody, you know.
Not down that south.
No, but that is a good plan. This is obviously something that they want to protect very heavily, which makes it a very easy button to push. But we will also want to consider that we are not actually straying too far, I guess. We don't want to expose whatever we are doing.
Oh, absolutely. I think the thing I was referring to is more so you're putting this much effort into protecting this compound, right? The simple fact that somebody's poking at it that normally wouldn't be because of the obvious deterrence, that would, I think, be enough just to make their head turn like somebody knows where my family is.
Just enough of a distraction.
Right.
For
Not
folks to come
some,
in.
doesn't even have to be necessarily our Philadelphia people, but just have something going on that's just like somebody knows about this and make them want to find out who that is, to where their focus isn't 100% on us. That takes them off the board, at least minimalizes their effectiveness on the board while we focus on the others.
True. And it looks less like a threat from the city, so it might not twig Benji as much as something that he needs to react to.
I-
When we do this, do we need to worry about whoever's in charge of Texas?
I think that is why we work more on mortal means reporters, investigators that way. Someone prominent in Philadelphia with a compound deep in Texas is an interesting tie. I'm sure that there is some reporter, whether how ethical they are, that might find a story there that they want to run with.
A
Either-
compound in Texas? What lies behind the walls?
Right.
Find out Thursday
Especially-
night at 6 p.m.
Especially given her very close ties to the Vatican and certain political organizations that aren't exactly all for freedom for all, like certain
True.
documentation of
And
the United
just-
States says.
And I think if we can spread this like information via like all these social media apps all over the place that people are so gullible to believe in, we could potentially spread false lies, like false things, very quickly.
Is what that Miss Dillard does, correct? The internet lying thing.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, indeed. As a matter of fact, Cyrene, you are aware that there are 2 radio stations that operate on the AM band here in Philadelphia that traffic primarily in strange occurrences and conspiracy theories. Very much in the same vein as in some of the less reputable journalistic outlets of the real world.
Cyrene just out of we'll say a shadow of a little bit of pink glitter across her eye just starts humming. They both reach for the gun. And we'll look at Luke. Yeah, she's United States is real great at one thing. We are the #1 importer and exporter of propaganda. And it'd be a shame to leave a tool like that to waste.
Right. And if it comes from such sources like that, it might also draw out our tech friend who is going to look for, that might be a way to bait them into making choices that we want them to make.
If they start going after who's looking into the compound and who's reporting
Right.
after things, we can already have traps laying in wait for them. That's smart. That's smart.
This document mentions that there's a relationship between the prince and this one, but says Islington is who put this together. Did not know what the nature of that is. Do you have more details on that? I will look towards Alicia.
Yes.
That you are willing or able to share with us.
My understanding is that she is a jilted lover.
From before?
From before what? Us being married or John?
I.
Oh, absolutely not. They don't live that long.
Kind of just Finn goes back to the conversation we had earlier about people with different taste and like the things coming out of eyes, and just like, hey, I suppose.
That, good to know. There's also, and she'll pull out, and I'll put in the chat when we go on break and everything, so everybody can look at it. Another vanilla envelope that she got. Talking with Darlene, and she's got some pretty good things to help us if we need it. But you know how during the war I made those little, yeah, jail free cards?
No, I was not here.
Yeah.
Yes, they were great.
Right. I basically
They were very
and
useful.
she'll pull out a little like potion sized trinket vial with like this clearish kind of pastel purple liquid. Good news, this keeps your beast a little more under control. It's a one-time use. Doesn't last the whole night sometimes, but sometimes it's good in a pinch. Mechanically, for one scene, you can stave off a bestial failure or a rage frenzy. A critical, it can last the whole night, so you can pick when to choose it. Darlene, on the other hand, she's got something similar, but it can also boost your abilities. So you're a little quicker on your feet, little more punchy, kind of a deal. It's just one, you gotta be willing to go in. Two, there's some side effects that mine don't got that I cannot tell. We don't know what you get if you get any side effects.
What was that first part?
You gotta. That's how
Cyrene
she
is
explained
trying
it.
to. Cyrene is trying to drive at you. You have to actually drink from Darlene.
Oh, okay.
I think I'll be sticking with your thing.
Good news is she can't blood bond you.
That's it's still. I think I'm good with your little potions. And if you need help making more, just if I can. I don't.
I can make us some more. I'll definitely let you know if I'm gonna need some help getting food. Mine normally wouldn't pass food safety requirements. Is kind of where I go.
Interested to know more about what these potential side effects or benefits could be. I have no problem with feeding off of another. Should it be useful?
Yeah, mechanically.
Says
Yeah,
says the
mechanically. Hang on,
bloodly
my computer's so
Monoakeem.
slow when I'm trying to pull this up. So mechanically, and Cyrene would explain this better because she has 4 intelligence. You basically, so it's called Moment of Clarity. Upon activation, you gain mental clarity. Your wits sharpen, and the beast is temporarily sated. You can add 4 dice to your mental or discipline skill pools, and then add 4 dice to mental resistance against disciplines, requiring them to dominate animals and presence, aspects, and amalgams. You're immune to messy crits and frenzy for that scene. Is how I'm reading it with the thing.
But there is also a wheel of misfortune that the alchemist will roll on to see what side effect you get. So that's the fun part about these alchemies. The side effects are a lottery. It could be nothing. It could be more.
The wheel wheels as it wheels.
A tool to have in case it is needed. Don't know how useful that might be with our current enemies, but there are definitely some out there that strengthening the mind would not be a bad idea for.
And
Yeah.
this
Finn just picking his nose.
this is it Benji? They seem older for a human. Perhaps
Bit-
alchemic or herbal.
Oh, like ointments and tinctures and things.
Yes, I don't think necessarily that we have to, quote, shoot them or have them in our sights as much as we could widowmaker them. You know what I'm saying? Like there were the women that used to marry and poison. Make it
Are you
look
talking
Are you
about
nicer.
saying
Aquatana?
making him a dating account and sending beautiful women to his house? I'm down. That's a great idea.
You seem
Yes.
very frustrated, Linka.
Me? What do you mean?
That's
This
the
is a fun
second of
idea.
the 5 dossier that you've offered to.
I'm not offered anything. I'm just saying it's a great idea.
Sending
to
other women, not her.
exhaust him and sending
Oh,
other women.
that is
I will have
his argument.
nothing to do with this guy
Okay.
other than shooting him. Or,
She wants
you know,
Vanessa. She doesn't want
crushing
Benji.
him. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we
No
could play
offense,
with the
Irene.
the old age thing could be a vulnerability where he has very little.
But then again, some people do actually get quite old.
I mean, I could see with what I got in the medical community, if any of them are, there are natural holistic doctors that will prescribe regimens of vitamins and such, but that might be a dead end there. And she also is kind of like perusing over the and eyes wide as she's looking over this dossier. Apparently, there's also one that can make us change our appearance, and how it's written, have no penalty.
What now?
Interesting. Useful. Another one of these alchemies, you said?
Yeah, if you can, it allows us to change the physical appearance over the course of one night's rest. It can last as long as we wish, but our original appearance will be restored if we drink another thing of hers.
That is
And does it
useful.
also still have that possible chance of us not doing well
How it's-
afterwards?
So how it's written in the document I have, I would have to tell STs would be making that ruling there.
I mean, it might help, especially if one of us is made. Said that Zero or Hawk had some run-ins with Antonia already, and so she might know their face.
What is
Bless you.
less clear? What is less clear in the texts is that the alchemies that don't have side effects specifically don't have side effects for mortals. All of the alchemies have those side effects. for
Oh, okay,
kindred.
okay.
Got it.
because blood alchemy
Understood.
is convoluted and weird for little reasons sometimes.
Heresy. I'm kidding. Hey,
Try to go fast.
we could try at the very least. But sorry, I was looking at this the dossier on Benji, and it says that he's also maybe from South America, possibly. Kind of leaning in with the holistic route. Do you think that he might also kind of be one to fall in with the possible like New Age spiritualism, kind of return to the past, and what are they? It starts with like an Aya or something. Don't they smoke something? Kind of like the Druids used to do.
Not South America, the American South.
Oh, I read that wrong. I'm sorry.
But they
We
do
still
that.
have ayahuasca in Arizona.
That's the
Oh,
American
boy.
West.
Shit.
Cyrene just takes off their glasses and just uses them to rub her temples for a second before putting them back on. I don't know if, being a gentleman from the American South, if he partakes in any herbs that have spiritual connotations. However, given his age, it was probably a lot of homemade stuff that his mama or his grandmama made, because
Moonshine?
moonshine, probably, but a lot of history in the South is, if you were poorer or easier to put under a company boot than you were, and that went doubly so for people who don't glow in the dark like me. So
Wait, you glow in the dark?
there's a lot of fear with doctors and stuff. I'm pale, Dante.
Oh,
like
you were
that.
being funny. Oh, okay.
Yeah, she.
Oh,
It's like
I
being
thought
nine.
Yes.
you have a lot of abilities. I didn't know. Maybe you.
Oh, it's us up the
We'll
pale
look at our
skin. It's like-
hands.
it's
No,
like
I
being
think we're
poor.
good today.
Yeah. Also, truth be told, you have actually glown before.
That's also very fair.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Cyrene will just look at her hands. I think we're good today. They're not glowing. We're good.
Is there any thought that this man is not strictly mortal?
You know, I was
He's
thinking
80. He's still running things. Still very active. He has a hatred for our kind in a way that seems more personal. We know of at least one hunter organization that is former ghouls who are taking and, maintaining the benefits without the chains, as it were. I'm not saying it's true, but it would lead some credence to how someone could still be effectively fighting this war at that age, and that no one is just taking him out.
That makes sense.
It's a possibility. I'd have to get a good look at him.
Would it be
the-
beneficial to that end, as well as to have Mr. Islington look into him more? Because he does state he might have come across him again, like in his past, in all of his dealings, in all of his reports, doing whatever Islington was doing. Could
Well,
maybe see about deepening the research to reveal any secrets.
Well, and the fact that they're pulling in ghouls of a prominent house, their relatives, means they've got some tie to that information in those circles,
Right.
without
I think-
being taken out for invading those connections.
I think that if we poke at him too much for investigating before things move, he might just cut ties and leave, which is probably also somewhat fine. But we know where he is, or at least who his team is at the moment. As we remove his pieces from the board, he's going to react, and reactions are, by definition, easier to study than a planned movement.
Right?
So I think we wait until we have started moving and see how he reacts. So see how the game evolves, as it were. It's hard to tell how a player is until the game starts.
Now that we've kind of discussed our more aggressive plans, should we turn our gaze towards defenses and what he might do as reactions and just make sure that we are prepared as much as we can be, not just for his reactions, but in case that they reach out first, or if they strike out against us, we just need to make sure that we're safe and all of the young ones are safe as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. To be honest, I feel less and less safe staying here. I feel less and less safe you guys staying in your havens. Um, I'm not saying we should all gather together because that would be probably stupid and more dangerous, but I think we should, one, spread out, and two, make sure that our havens and our meeting spaces are secure for sure. And whoever we have working for us also should be checked in on often and put in safe places.
We shore up our defenses, make sure that the havens are taken care of, both with protections, guards, as well as cameras, security systems, whatever we can do to make sure that our people are safe. And if we can, I don't know, maybe we can talk with Rowan about figuring out some kind of like advanced warning systems.
Is
You
there a way?
do
Sorry.
you do have all of that on your coterie sheet at the present. That is what Portillion does.
Yeah.
is and security and all of that. Like y'all are far more secure here at Powell House than you would be in your individual havens.
It'll be costly for anyone to come here. We have castled fairly effectively, but
We have our castle here. Others might
We
not have a
castle.
dependable position.
Well, I do believe if that's the case, I should probably just stay here for the time being. As fortified as my haven is, it's not this protected.
Would any of you guys mind if I brought my ghoul here?
Not at all.
Potentially his girlfriend. I will need to have a talk with her though.
no more than I would have a problem with most schools being here, but that is more a personal thing than anything else.
We should also probably use the Rat Union to get word to the other coteries and whatnot.
Yeah.
Let them know
Rat
shore up their
Union only.
homes and yeah, stick to that.
So again, Vanessa might already have compromised our systems. And so Rat Union it is.
Blinka nods, takes out her phone
Wait.
and just crutches it in her hand.
Solid.
Okay.
Back to
I
something
was
you
gonna say we should also
mentioned.
put in the note with the Rat Union.
No, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was saying, back to something you mentioned
No,
earlier.
I was just gonna say per their. God damn it. No, Siren's just gonna point to Alicia and say they get veggies. Veggies, wasabi peas only has a big treat or big package.
Yes. As something you mentioned earlier, is the death of a prince going to attract attention that these hunters might focus on? Or that might draw other attention on the city that we need to worry about? The audit I know about. That I'm not as concerned. That is a slower process. But death of management, as it were, tends to cause reactions that ripple.
I do believe that we are in the clear insofar as the audit, at least until John returns. As to the other, we got lucky. Man wasn't well liked, but we have already caught the attention of one Victoria Ash.
Vic, that Vic, oh,
As in the Prince of Atlanta.
yeah, and the
Regime changes do seem to attract the attention of others holding power. That makes some amount of sense. Did you happen to catch the name of the auditor?
Well, I have had a few conversations with the man to make sure that he is comfortable in the city and understood what the lines were. A man calls himself a boss.
Luke,
Yeah.
please give for me a wits and intelligence if you don't mind.
Yeah, I can do that. Where is the box of doom? Wits intelligence. Does it have my hunger in it?
It does.
Okay. Yeah, there's 4
Very
successes.
good. Hey, that'll work. There is a memory, several, as a matter of fact, from your time training. Now, while you had an individual that did train you at the Alamut, there was another who kept a very keen eye on your training, who also called himself Abbas. This man, some referred to him as a shepherd, and he was very, very keenly interested in your progression through your training. He seemed to be revered at the Alamut and did not seem to leave it very often.
That is. Don't know if it's concerning. Interesting. It's not one who leaves the mountain often. So, Philadelphia apparently is of great interest then.
Seems friendly enough. I think he and I have different ideas about what faith means.
Almost certainly. But friendly is polite fiction.
Oh, well, yeah, even I understand that polite doesn't always mean safe.
Marana had mentioned that I might know who was here. That is not the name I would have expected.
I mean, fellas seem to agree, at any rate, that he could not make a full accounting of the city without his grace being fully present.
No. The audit of the city would be incomplete without judging who rules. That is the most important part. From what I understand, he was here to judge the previous administration. And that changed, but he is. Well, I am sure he will find things to be in order.
We'll make it so.
that's her
It-
job,
it-
ain't it?
It
Keep
is
the city safe.
it's real clear that Luke doesn't believe the thing he just said. Luke has very little in the way of hiding. Most of what he hides is by just not reacting, and there is reaction going on here at the name. So, yeah.
Right, so we need
There
to
is
be extra careful.
there
then.
is a little extra something for you in your player chat there, Luke, just so you
Yay.
can
Ooh, a gift. How lucky
More-
for me.
more just a something for you that if you choose to share, you can. Entirely up to you.
Question for the storyteller. Is this stuff that Luke is saying, like he's obviously visibly shaken? Is that stuff that we're all noticing?
You know what?
Because I have patterns and habits, and I think with the time I've been around Luke, I would have picked up
Yeah,
on it.
Y'all
I wouldn't even give them a roll. They can definitely
Yeah.
tell. They've been around Luke
Y'all-
long enough to know that.
y'all have been around Luke long enough that yeah, he is currently operating outside of baseline. There
Oh,
is
buddy.
Okay.
there is something there that has him a bit off kilter.
Finn might recognize that it is a similar reaction, at least to how off of his normal it is when the Book of Luke was put in front of him.
Oh boy. Yeah, this Abbas character doesn't seem to be one to be trifled with. So we got to make sure that we have our T's dotted and our I's crossed, and we should be in good proper form.
Close. So our first step in making sure everything is ordered is taking out these pieces so the general can come home. After that, then we shore up everybody else on their manners.
Alicia, are you able to reach out to the other shadows and make sure that kind of batten the hatches is spread throughout the city? Maybe. The world will never know.
Oh, while I have you here, Finn and Luke, Dante would pull out a bag that would probably look familiar to both of you from a dinosaur side mission we had.
Oh, I wondered where that had went.
Yes, I was asked to hold it.
Yes, I was
Fine.
not in the right mind for that.
To hand. So, I mean, I can give this to Finn with it being his expertise, or I can give it back to you since you asked me to hold it.
I think Finn can be trusted with that. Or it's the big satchel charge that Luke cashed in his boon with the weapons person to get to try and blow up the dinosaur
Oh, how lovely.
before he hunger frenzied and ran off to eat someone's dots off someone's character sheet.
Yes. And, okay. Well, here you go, Finn.
Wonderful. Wait, what can I write this down as?
Plan Z.
What is that?
Got it.
It was essentially what we were going to use to blow up the building water plant. I think it was a water plant, right? Where the zombie T-Rex was contained.
It was a cistern, but close
Yeah,
enough.
Cistern, yeah. But it was essentially a charge that we were using to kind of like collapse the whole system. So it wouldn't blow up a city block or anything, but it'd make a nice little.
It's a good sized demo charge.
Yeah.
You know what? I can put this right next to the other explosive that I kind of forgot about from last year. You remember?
Finn.
You remember when we had that smoke bomb ball that turned into a fireball with Otis?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I still got one of those.
You mean where you destroyed a sacred place full
I
of
didn't.
innocent books and people? Yes.
I didn't destroy it. I wasn't the one who threw in the smoke bomb, and it was handled. Yeah. But it should be just a smoke bomb. It makes the mortals really fuzzy and they get high.
Is this the one we got from that colorful character, or is this something else?
Strain.
Yes.
The manic grin is sending me.
Yeah, Finn just like holding a bag of a parcel charge, and then just thinking of the fireball that Otis did ignite, and then just reliving that up the raw moment. He's just the fire is glowing in his eyes as he just grins in the distance.
No,
It's like,
no.
yes,
Remember.
Please stop
Right.
looking at Luke and his uncomfortability. Here, Finn. Finn has a bomb. Look, Finn has a bomb. We should definitely be talking about this.
Don't
Well,
pay
Finn
attention
got
to
the
me.
leader.
Pay attention to him.
Later to the psychopath with a bomb. Right.
seems safer.
We're not. I will be good. I'll be good.
It's not like
We'll
we're
keep an eye out
setting
for
up.
this assault.
Oh, sorry. It's not like we're setting up Finn's fireworks stand as a front or anything.
I don't want to
Like
know.
giving
The
Finn
less
a
I know.
bomb, it's as clever as giving me a bomb. So
I mean,
maybe even
Yeah, but with
cleverer.
you, darling.
Yeah.
With you, darling. As much as I love you, if it's got any sort of technology, it's going to take a bit to get going on the boom. So there's time to fix it.
That's why I added that it's cleverer.
And
Anyway.
we'll get this figured out. We have to. That's the job. And then she'll look at Luke. We support each other, making sure everything's organized and in order.
Yes. It would be a bad idea to fail the audit. It would not go well.
Right. But that's not happening right now. So
No.
right now we should.
Right now we
like
have other
also
problems.
mentioned,
Yes.
we need to figure out how to stay concealed, stay protected, make sure everyone else is safe too, or at least takes measures to be safe. Yeah.
Scalpel, not hammer.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, which speaking of that, Siren will pull out new business cards I haven't designed yet and hand them to you. And on it says Dr. Julia Slova on there. Probably best to use this now in your phones if you need to get a hold of me. If we use regular phones.
Blanket points at the pile below her, and clearly I won't. I don't think it's a good idea to use phones at all right now, but appreciate your gesture.
There's payphones sometimes people still use, or burners.
True.
Luke will take the card and add it to his little wallet of business cards.
Yeah. Blanket will also take a card and then give Serena a kiss on the cheek. They're beautiful, darling. Put them down between her boobs.
That never mind. I'll take one too.
See,
You don't suppose messages between animals work, do they?
I don't see how hunters would. I mean, can hunters intercept animals and know that they're one of ours?
That's a
just
very
saying,
Who
good
can
like,
say for
question.
sure?
Can
Or could we?
can they
Very good question.
can they intercept animals? More than possibly.
More than
Can they
possible.
tell? Can they tell they're special? Maybe. Some of all of your animal companions do act strangely, but whether they can get
And
more information than that, I don't know.
and some of them are very visible. And she's going to turn and look at both the big dogs.
What do you mean? My small horse is completely able to hide. I don't know what you're
That
talking
fuzzy
about.
couch that you bring with us everywhere.
Whose
This
horse is that?
this child rhino that I have accompanying me.
The theme song to My
Yeah,
Little Pony comes to
listen.
mind.
Listen, I get that he is, not as he has his reasons, and that's why he's got his little vest and this little service vest for when I go out. 'cause
He's
most
still
people ain't gonna take.
huge.
He's bigger, and we'll point at Finn.
Hey,
I-
that's just
I
how
would
those
suggest-
breeds are.
I would
Besides the point.
suggest keeping your friends close to you and not getting any highfalutin ideas about using them to pass messages.
Rat network.
Yeah. Most people ain't gonna notice a rat or bird or them's fuzzing about. But if they see, if you see Tato or Arwen running with a message, just assume it's bad.
Listen, Lord Tato is not meant for postal service. That's not his lot in life.
Pony Express.
He purely pays for DHL.
But certain animals have almost a common tongue. Rats and squirrels, for example.
Good to know. I know that we have several. We're a pet-friendly group, so that I was wondering, as I'm new to this method, perhaps that could have been. I really
You
feel.
should- Sorry.
Go ahead.
Continue. No, finish.
Oh, I feel as old as I am. Literally, I feel young in certain aspects of this world sometimes. Well, it sounds like we have a lot of plans to defend. It sounds like we have a lot of ideas on how to attack. What do we do with all this? Where do we go from here?
Well, what I was about to say is we should probably look to our own resources as well. And Finn, if you have connections with like animal stuff, and we know that now I scrolled away from the list. Oh goodness, that other one, who was it? Elaine. She also has animal information or ties to animal things. Like, do those ties intercept? Is she getting information because you have your contacts in there? We gotta make sure that whatever contacts we have, whatever resources we have, is not the same as theirs. And if it
I certainly hope
is,
not.
then
You're right.
how can we take it from them? Like, how can we make sure that they won't help the other side? It's the same with my crime stuff. Like, I gotta be sure that mama works for me and only for me. You know?
Hey, I'll see if I can't reach out and confirm and double check. See what's happening.
Yeah, and how are we gonna be able? How are we gonna double check? How are we gonna be sure? How can we trust? You know.
We're gonna have to verify. I don't fully understand the question. I'm sorry. That's kind of what we're doing.
I know, but like, say
So I
your
suppose
contact is Sophie in the animal, you know, and then you gotta go to Sophie and you go like, "Hey, Sophie, I gave you this money or I gave you this service or what? I don't know what you do. You work for me." And then you leave, and then Sophie goes and whispers to Elaine, and it's like, "Oh, this guy came over. He gave me this stuff. He offered me these things." Like, because your contacts are like so this like the same. Like, I'm just worried that they're gonna.
Just because they're overlapping does not mean that they are the same, my darling. And
I
we,
know,
we
but
will
there's
both we
just
will both
chance.
check both of our contacts. And I understand wanting to make sure, dearie. But that's why we're going to the contacts. That's why we're using
Yes,
them.
yes.
so.
I'm just suspicious. I don't trust their word.
I suppose the
At least
question
something
for
that
the night is if you had one contact or if you had one target to go after this evening, who would it be?
Individually or as a coterie?
As a coterie?
I think the political stuff with the top two would take time to at least set up.
Mm-hmm.
But it
Setting up
is,
Antonio.
there are aspects of those
Yeah.
top two being Elaine and Antonio Ward that we could at least put in motion.
Yeah. I forgot to share it in character, but Cyrene would have pointed out that there is a potential victim from Antonia that is in a hospital that we can talk to for potentially more information. I forgot about that with everything that was on the list to bring up.
Would she be
perhaps,
watching that?
Probably.
I'd imagine so. So perhaps we take off Antonia for now. Allow figuring out this hospitalized victim of hers. Get some rumors going around. Get contacts for journalists and things, maybe about the compound. Do we want that? Would leave Elaine Thacker and Gray Collins, I would probably say, for targets. Elaine seems to be far more public and visible and out and about. Mr. Collins seems to have.
And if she's tracking,
Go on.
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say that
No,
Collins
I
has
was just
resources.
saying.
That's all.
Part of what you were going on. Yeah. Yeah. That and Cyrene would point out like how we already did that. She's tracking hunting and people who are going to church or practicing faith. So
I thought that was Antonia. Yeah. Or no, yeah, the contact with the priest.
and
You're right.
Mhm. Yeah.
Kind of seems that Miss Thacker has a lot of arrows pointing at her, eh?
That's what I'm sitting with it.
Yeah, it's definitely seems to be the easiest of the targets to move against at the moment. That will require a lot of work.
Is there any concern? I'm just like asking a question that don't have to. Is there any concern that they're gonna expect us to attack the weakest link first? Is that a good idea? Are they gonna be prepared for that?
Who do we think is the weakest link in our group?
I don't mean the weakest link.
No,
but, like, the most
exactly.
obvious, but, like,
Precisely. In their group, they might not think Miss Thacker is the weakest.
Yeah, that's
Miss Thacker might put up a big defense for herself, kind of thing. So they might not think that she is the weakest. I think that they 100% are expecting us to retaliate for the Chantry. but there's no way to kind of predict what they would predict.
And if they are expecting us to retaliate for that attack, going after, what is it? What is his name?
And Collins, I think it was.
Yes, Collins would probably be more of a direct, so that might be where they are waiting for that reaction. He is kind of dangling out there as a very obvious target.
That does make sense.
That is
Kind of to Lenka's point, they might be expecting Colin to be our first target because he was so close with the Tremere, and so this might be throwing them off their game.
Yeah, this is true.
Also, there has been some idea of playing more with kid gloves with that one, where I don't think we are as restrained with Elaine.
Hey, it's kind of more open as to what we can do.
Yeah, I can also use my lawyer person to look into any legal entanglement that these people have.
Are we planning on hunting Elaine tonight?
It seems to be leaning that
Honestly?
way.
I wouldn't be opposed.
Hey,
There's only so much we can do for planning until we start the game. So they have made some moves already. It is time for a response.
Yes, time to step into the game.
moves and counter moves.
Yeah, if we know what we're gonna do, then we better just get it started, I think.
Then comes the question. Is it a capture hunt or something else?
I think we could. Go ahead, Nika.
No, I think we're gonna say the same thing. You just say it.
It's just that I think we go in with the plan of apprehending and questioning, but we're not opposed to taking them off the board and getting the heck out of Dodge.
Yeah, exactly.
You always know me to be direct. And if we need to remove pieces off the board, to me that means one thing. But I also know that that can not always be the best option. So if things need to go nasty, I will not hesitate.
My protective daddy position would tell me we obviously do not want to bring this apprehension back to our pal house. So where would we take them if we do capture them? Because they could have trackers, they could have eyes on. We don't want to lead them.
What about that abandoned building that we did one thing in earlier last year?
The one that had the portal in it.
Is it portal?
There is also an area that the city maintains known as the pipeline, which is effectively John's black site prison.
The train
Yeah.
station. Take them to the train station.
There's the
If
path
we're-
one, if you know.
If we are going for capture, those are definitely better options.
I think definitely a place where we can very quickly get rid of any evidence is good.
On another note, with us trying to rebuild, since we have so many things in the frying pan, so to speak, are we informing our friends across the tracks and the more animalistic allies that we're trying to build alliances with? Are we going to allow them to know of these hunters and their presence?
I can reach out to my contacts on either side. When we approached, can we say her name now? Can we say Imelda? when we went to the circus and kind of proposed those similar terms, she seemed a bit dismissive of it. But hopefully that won't be the response from the others. I can reach out.
And I imagine this is, you're also asking about sharing this information with the barons?
The barons and Dante would know this. Humble is forgotten the name. The girl that knocked me on my butt with the dance move.
Yeah, Baron Kim.
Baron Kim,
Helen.
Yeah.
The barons are already aware.
Good. Wanted to make sure that we didn't cause any more undue strife with them if we were keeping secrets of dangers, I guess.
They are aware of several of the issues that plague us at current. Baron Kim has mostly gone underground, as has her people. Baron Merrick has pledged to lend support.
Interesting. I thought he hated our guts since he sent us away from the Bone Throne.
I think that was just hating us. Me and you specifically.
That's fair. That's fair.
They wanted skin, I believe, or bone. So whose did we
Yeah.
give for that?
Oh, I haven't offered any kind of skin or bone. But there has been a understanding made between myself and the Baron.
That is good.
Great.
Great news.
Please don't send me back there. Made me
Well-
very uncomfortable. I didn't know what to do.
Would request not to be sent back for diplomatic matters.
Yes. For our kind of diplomacy, we can handle it.
This
I'm
is a
glad to hear.
This is a good place to prepare for our break. So we'll do one quick final shot from each of you as needed, and then we will take our 10-minute session break so that everybody can get up, stretch, bathroom, water, etc. So Cyrene, you had something that you wanted to say?
Oh no. Cyrene was just kind of being like, "Oh, good, we have an ally! Yay!" We should probably tell the guru too, just so they can keep out of sight for hunters. Because even though they're not here for the guru, a supernatural target is a supernatural target.
Fair. I'm sure there is ways that you can get word out to them, considering Finnegan, Luke, and Dante should be roughly aware of where they met with Whiskey Jack.
Mhm.
If nobody else has anything else, we can go ahead and call our 10-minute break. Let you guys, get stretched, get water, get snackies, comfort items, whatever. And we will see you all back here in 10 minutes. Welcome back, one and all. I hope your break was fulfilling and that we are ready to enter into the second half of tonight's session. So, Ancilla, Kingsguard, y'all have finished your planning phase for the evening. And now we are moving on to the implementations of that plan. Now, as everyone is getting changed and ready, and those of us who are getting changed and ready, there is a small rat that enters into Powell House, and it rears up on its hind legs and begins madly chittering at Finnegan.
And just kind of rolls his eyes and is like, all right, give me a second. I'll pop, where's the sheet? Scroll. The Pharaoh Whispers.
Okay. Just need that rouse.
Yep. There's the Box of Doom. By the grace of
Nice.
God,
Nice.
I don't get hungrier.
What starts off as squeaks and chuffs slowly becomes intelligible words as the rat jumps up onto the table and begins furiously stomping on the picture of Elaine Thacker.
Yeah, that's the one we're going after.
Lady out.
Oh, right now.
And he just like snaps his head.
All right, Finnegan just pulls down the balaclava and it's just like, it's go time, people!
Okay, we're going out in public. Maybe wait.
Get a leg on!
An area where we need to cover our faces.
All this careful planning, and then it's like go time. We all sprint out with Muppet arms. Just
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it hard to tell that the Ancilla have a little bit of
before-
bloodlust?
Before everybody starts, I'm starting to like, wait, and they've changed into like
Waiting.
But Cyrene is going to reach in the bag and pull out a couple the fire skin vials. Hand Zero his, who's still catatonic in the corner, so we can canonically say he has it. It's supposed to protect you against fire. Hunters like to use that against us, so take it if you want. I didn't make it. It's a Darlene thing. Use it if you feel comfortable.
We just drink it?
Yeah, just be careful because you're kind of like really hot and might be a little flammable. So, you know.
Oh, this stuff is flammable.
No.
Oh.
Well, you
okay.
get really real hot.
Okay. I was thinking that I could use it as an
So you
improvised
might be-
explosive.
If we get hot, we drink it. Or how does it work?
Hang on, give me 2 seconds. I'm having to scramble to where I put it.
If you
Please hold. My
if
computer's
you
slow.
drink it, you will be immune to the effects of fire, the physical effects of fire. You will still need to make a terror frenzy check,
Alright.
but you will not suddenly burst into flames. You
For
will
how
also
long?
be, I believe, for the remainder of the scene. You will
Dante.
also be physically hot to the touch.
That works for our favor, though. We seem more human, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, because we're cold.
No,
No,
no.
we,
like-
it's hot.
on the
Hot.
stove.
Okay. Uh, well, I'm gonna see if you turn into like a chicken or something, and then I might take mine.
Dante downs it and then looks over at Finn and starts going,
Witchcraft.
Dante, as he drinks his fire skin potion, does start to take on a ruddier appearance. He almost looks like somebody who has spent just a touch too long in the sun. So he is very pink. And you can feel the heat radiating off of him.
Sweet. I think before we go, Luke would also snack on his prepackaged meal, his book that he brought with him.
Ooh, yes, I will have to have G'day pop what you get in your chat.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and roll my eat a book check.
Now I understand why Luke is always asking why if the book is thick, it makes for a better meal.
I'm not sure if that's enough successes.
Hmm. Go ahead and spend a willpower if you.
Okay. I didn't roll for my free willpower. I should have done that too. So. Okay, we're at 5 successes.
Okay, yep, that will be enough to take you back down to 1 hunger.
Good, because I got hunger to do it and then ate the book. Okay. Good to know. And we'll see what new story has been added to Finn or to Luke as he eats a book before we go.
Dante, something that you would notice as you have downed your alchemy, your skin and the air around you feels strangely cold, and it feels at odds with the little flames that lick up and down your skin. The fire does not spread, but your body would be considered superheated and painful to the touch. And you will also be able to do +1 fire damage when you strike with your body. You can increase that to a +2 if you manage to grapple someone.
Yo.
Okay. For the visuals for everyone else, does it look like Dante is on fire now?
It definitely looks as though he has faint flames playing across his skin. It is not enough to trigger a terror frenzy.
Is it enough to be a masquerade concern?
Probably someone who's
It
just
could be
walking in on
considered-
fire and not screaming in pain.
It could be considered a concern.
So you stay in the van until needed, I guess.
I do have my armor suit.
If you can manage to cover every inch of your skin, it is less of a concern.
If we put enough blankets on it, do we smother out the fire?
That would defeat me going in there and being. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to let me walk into a club with a bunch of armor on either. That almost would be a masquerade breach in itself. All right, vanities.
It would definitely cause a public panic.
Chat's killing me. Oh my god.
This-
So,
if
okay,
you
we keep
can't
you in
go
the
in-
van.
Oh no.
Sorry, go ahead.
If we have to keep you in the van, and we know that they talk about guys who are bad at flirting.
Finn, you have to be bad at flirting. Good job.
No.
Go.
No, don't send me in there. I'm not good in social
Everyone just turns
situations.
in.
Ah.
Yeah. Yeah, but mechanically, you don't take a -3 difficulty to people knowing you're not human.
See,
I
but-
do.
See, but what if I really hit it off with her and like I bond because we both really love animals and
Then that also
Okay,
works,
Finn,
and she
Finn.
follows you out.
shit.
Yeah.
Happy accidents.
Think less Hallmark,
looks
more
at
James
his bottle. Finn looks at the bottle that Cyrene gave him and is just like, I could just do it. I could just down it and get out of this situation.
You could. You could.
I'm a soldier. This is what soldiers do. We go into bars and we talk to beautiful women.
We can't all be on fire. That would be an awkward situation.
Literally crying.
As Finn's over here, is like, what if I just set myself actually on
What
fire?
if I just did this on purpose? All right. Well, and he
So-
just starts unbuckling all of the tactical gear that he got. Takes off the balaclava. Oh God.
Dante's plan all along. Light myself on fire. I don't have to be social.
Dante being the ultimate
Uh,
wingman.
You can't force me to be social if I'm on fire.
That was Finn's plan, but somebody else thought of it first.
Yeah, see, the guy with the
oh, why is
stunning
it-
merit is now stuck in the van. Yeah.
Oh, why is this tea? Can the Instillers do this for every social interaction?
No.
Whoa. Can we wait? Can Finn have taken the bottle and the pretty boy goes in? Wait.
Alas, no.
Wait.
The die is cast. The bargain has been struck, unfortunately. So, your little rat friend would also have used a paper map of the city that was included in the dossier to indicate that these individuals are currently gathered at Heat Lounge, which is a nightclub near the river.
Did you say heat? Like H-E-A-T?
Correct.
We might. Finn looks at everyone. She's like, we could still send in Dante. He has fire. And it's
Finnegan.
heat.
Do we still have the Mickey Mouse walkies? Like, is there a way we can do comms here so I know when to come in if I have to?
You
Oh,
do. You do
I
still have.
my IRA Hello Kitty. Yeah. Oh God. Oh, this is also Tristan just panicking. What's the code word? What are we saying if things go bad?
Fireball?
Jenga?
Also, what am I doing? I'm going up and talking to them and trying to lure her out to the van for us all to grab her.
Free candy. Yeah.
Okay.
You
Okay.
want
No.
someone
No.
to go in with you?
You say with.
As we look
Okay.
towards Cyrene as the other person to send it.
I have my sunglasses. They're gonna cover most of it, but you know, still gonna look a little weird
I'm
wearing
going-
sunglasses in a bar.
I will go in with you, and Cyrene is changed into like black jeans, Doc Martens, and like a leather jacket that's embroidered with flowers, so it wouldn't look too out of place.
I would feel
Like your
better.
ruffles her hair.
I'm good on solo missions. It's just been a while since I've been on this kind of mission. And I just recently got her back, and I don't know. Okay, it'll be fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I am a charmer.
How the game helped Finn get his groove back.
Like goes over to
Stop.
Finn, just grabs him by the shoulders,
Ah,
like kind of shakes him a little bit. Finn, you're hot. You're amazing. You're cool. You're a cool guy. You're a wonderful, cool guy. You got this.
I am
Okay.
cool.
Yeah, you're super smoking hot, and you got this. Okay.
I don't know about that. I look like a troll.
yourself.
All right, Cyrene. Can we?
Okay.
I
Yeah,
don't
we're gonna
think we
go
allow
before this continue,
dogs.
Peter. I mean, he's got the service vest. We'll point at Arwen, but we'll leave him in the van.
I don't think. Well, I
Yeah.
don't. Mine doesn't have a service vest, so he definitely can't come.
Lenka, are you being wholly honest with Finnegan?
About like 70%.
That's fair.
That still leaves a 30% dishonesty. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna need you to roll a manipulation and persuasion, please.
Am I rolling against this, or is this just for fun?
We're gonna see how Lenka does first because you may not need to roll against it.
That's fair.
How about subterfuge?
No, the roll is what I called it.
Oh wait, can I do intimidation instead?
No,
And just be like, I'll beat your
No.
ass if you don't do right. Oh,
no.
You're gonna try to beat Finnegan up? All right.
damn. It's not good. I have 2 dice,
I don't. So
and they are.
Well,
uh,
All right.
this is why we harp on actions have consequences.
Oh
Okay.
God, I'm sorry. That was loud.
Yeah, no, Finnegan,
Oh no.
bless her, she's trying. But Lenka is not being completely honest.
Finnegan knows. Finnegan knows his truth. His face claim is Tormund Giantsbane. He knows.
Is the big woman still here?
Is the woman still here? He just like looks at her and just kind of just like gently pats her arms so she can set him down because his like toesies are barely touching the floor. And just be like,
Are you a
I
tiny
am-
man?
I am, yes. I just Finnegan is small.
How small? Lincoln's small too.
Finnegan is like, I think 5'4", 5'5".
I think it's 5'3".
Oh damn, never mind.
She would
but he
probably
just kind
still
of
been
like,
picking you up a little bit.
yeah. He just kind of pats you a little bit and just like, all right, thank you, darling. I appreciate a pretty lie, and it was pretty.
At least I tried. Pull
You
yourself
tried.
together, dude.
I'm trying.
Put some down.
Oh God.
So
just look at this. Oh, carry on.
are we all piling into Cyrene's mom mobile? Is that what we're doing?
Could or have Mr.
Yeah.
Carey drive?
I would rather just like if we're packing all of us and the livestock into a van, we might as well not add another body.
Hey, Tay can stay at Powell House and play guard.
If that is the case, Mr. Carey will stay behind, also keep guard with Tay. Cyrene, are you leaving Arwen behind?
As much as she doesn't want to, in case there's an oracle spell, she will. She'll just like lean down, scratch his face, and look at him. It's like, all right, you got to help Mr. Carey here and Lord Tato take care of the place, okay? All right, I know you can. You're smart. You got this. Scritch, scritch, scritch.
Who else do we have available to, like, we have other drivers, right? Or do we only have Mr. Carey?
I can drive. I think Dante has some points in driving.
I'm thinking, like, do we have any other assistants, any ghouls, any, I don't know, retainers here at the Powell House?
Currently, you only have Mr. Carey as a coterie ghoul,
Mhm.
but I do know at least one of you has a ghoul.
I really just wanted, because I don't want to use the phones, because but I really just
Actually,
wanted Mr. Carey maybe to go and
two of you.
tell Rook to meet us there.
Two of you have a ghoul.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Dante drove down I-95 at 95 miles an hour for a whole entire session on one dotted drive. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cyrene called Cass to come drive us too.
Luke can drive a van. He's fine with doing that. Like, I'm staying in the van as well, so I might as well just drive it.
That works too?
Yeah,
I
I've got
just-
got a dotted drive. We're not doing evasive maneuvers in the van. We're just driving across town.
Right.
Mhm.
I just wanted to have somebody go tell Rook to meet us there, essentially. But
That might be a little difficult on short notice.
yeah. Let's just go.
So you all pile into the van. Luke
Sweet.
hops in the driver's seat. To answer your question in chat there, Cyrene, you have not yet received the emergency blood bags,
Okay.
but they will be available to you next coterie session.
I figured. I was just curious.
Yep.
On our way to the club, could Finnegan text a picture of Elaine to Aslan, his contact in the animal control, and just be like, I have someone who might be interested in like adopting. Have you? But she says that she's come by a couple of times. Have you seen this woman?
Okay. Might take a bit to get a response back because it
No worries.
is
It's late. It's late.
it is late. Now hang on one second. Anyway. If there's anything that y'all need to pop, I would recommend popping it now. So we are going to go down through the list. Cyrene, is there anything that you are popping right now in the car on the way to the thing?
Just activating Sense the Unseen. And would also take the stuff for Cling of the Insect, just to be on the safe side.
Okay.
And I will give you that browse here.
Excellent. Lenka, same question. Anything you're popping?
Question: can I pop the arms of Aramon and then just keep them concealed on my own shadow?
You can pop them,
Or-
but you're going to be masquerade breachy while you're popping them.
Okay, I won't pop them right now then. But I will do prowess and oblivion sight and then put on the sunglasses.
Okay. So then I just need the oh boy. So, ooh, Dante. Okay, that is
It's gonna be fun.
right. Okie dokie. So yeah, you've popped prowess, but you are now at back to hunger 4. Finnegan, what would you like to pop?
Well, I don't want to do Eyes of the Beast because that's a noticeable change. And
Yes, it is.
okay. Do I have to pop Resilience
Nope.
or Enduring? No, Enduring Beast is for Tay.
Enduring Beast would be
Uh,
for Tay.
I think I'm good. Like, I don't think I need to pop like Lethal Body until like the moment of. So
It usually helps to have lethal body active before you get into a tussle.
okay, I'll go ahead and pop Lethal Body then. I believe that's a rouse check.
E. Toughness is also something that you need to activate beforehand.
Do not have toughness, and I do get hungrier.
Okay.
Lethal body.
Oh, you know what? No, you do not get hungrier. I'm sorry. That is my mistake. You do not need to rouse for that.
Oh, wonderful. My mouse.
So-
Thank you.
We are just going to, I'm going to delete that out of the bot channel because that doesn't need to be there.
Appreciate you.
So, but yeah, toughness, anything else like that? Okay. And lastly, but not leastly, Mr. Mallory, anything that you wish to pop?
Nothing with a rouse check, just Face Sight and Oblivion Sight. So we're just turning those things on.
Okay.
Just we'll have vision. If things go badly, we'll have panic, toughness, and fleetness to turn on. But I don't want to risk that yet.
Fair enough. So the drive is uneventful. After all, it is the middle of the week. So not too many people are out and about at this time. You manage to make your way over to Heat Lounge, park up the van. Not so close as to be conspicuous, but not so far away that you don't have eyes on the building. So, who is going inside and who is waiting in the van? I know Finnegan's going in. I know Dante's waiting in the van. I know Luke is waiting in the van. Is anyone else waiting in the van with them? Or Cyrene, Lenka, are you going in with Finnegan?
How tall is the building? How big is the building? Is there any
It's-
alleyways?
It's a 2-story building. There are some alleyways along either side of the building.
Does it seem like they go like to the back of the building?
They do. They do. And it would be easy to get an overhead view of the area, like for reference, just by pulling up like Google Maps,
Mm-hmm.
which would be difficult for Lenka, what with the technology and everything.
And she
So,
also
like,
like ruined her phone.
We did kind of impulsively crush our phone. So,
Needed
you know,
anymore.
I-
Hey, we're compromised. Gotta do what you gotta do. Gotta burn the entire house down.
Gonna get a new burner phone tomorrow. It's fine. I think Lenko's gonna stay probably outside. And she's probably gonna stay kind of like closer to the dark, like maybe in the alleyway or something.
okay. Cyrene?
Cyrene will go in with Finnegan. Probably not together, but close enough to where, social engineering would make it look like they're just two people walking in off the street and find a
Mhm.
table to sit and watch them at.
Probably a good idea. Don't be too connected to one another. Just for Finnegan's psychotic planning. He has 1 dot in Philly under Philly for what we left behind. Are there any access points that he knows of anywhere nearby this area, just in case he's... shit goes real sideways and he needs to go underground.
Let's see real quick. I just need to pull that up again real fast.
Dante
worries.
could help him if he sticks close. I've got, I think, 3 or 4 dots in underground.
Oh, goodness, you do? Nice.
Yeah, 4 dots in Philly under Philly.
Hell yeah. I've been really wanting to put more resources into that, but it's just like, there's so many things to spend experience on, but I want to hang out with Quasimodo.
That was my experience drop last.
So yeah, you would be able to do a wits and stealth test at a difficulty of 3 if you needed it. But it's safe to assume that there are entry points
Everywhere.
all over the city.
God, it's perfect, perfect, perfect.
So finding one would not be the most difficult thing in the world.
Perfect. Just in case, if we need it afterwards. And then I guess he and Cyrene will stagger at times and walk into the bar.
Aye.
Oh, how much can I hear from inside the bar out in the street?
If you're outside on the street, nothing but the music.
Okay.
You're talking about brick walls and thumping music. So like you can hear the bass beat, and that's about all you can hear from inside.
All right. I think instead, Linka's gonna, a few minutes after they've both gone in, she's gonna also come in, but she's gonna stay near the entrance.
Okay. Okay.
And they kind of stay just in that corner. But yeah, she's gonna let it like be like at least 10 minutes, maybe even 15.
Okay. So then again, as you as you enter into the bar, it is not a very large place. There is the main bar, a few tables, a couple of booths, and then a very small dance floor. Uh, when they call this place a nightclub, it's only in like the loosest sense. It is more a nightclub in miniature. But it is not difficult to spot your quarry seated at one of the booths near the back of the seating area adjacent to the dance floor. There is Elaine sitting with a woman with long strawberry blonde hair, and they both seem to just be chit-chatting back and forth. How do you make your approach?
How indeed. Goodness. Okay. Start off strong, and if they hate it anyways, they'll think it's funny because they don't like people who are bad at flirting. Okay, here we go. Is there any response from my friend at animal control before I go up with a wild swing?
I'm sorry. One more time.
Did my animal control contact get back to me by any luck? Or
He did get back to you. He tells you that that's Elaine. She works pretty closely with animal control.
wonderful,
He knows her.
wonderful. Then Finn will kind of straighten his. By the way, even though it is almost April, Finnegan is wearing jeans and like a just a long sleeve, and kind of like just adjusts the turtleneck a little bit and just goes up. Make sure his hair isn't as poofy and wild. And kind of like as he walks
Right.
by, he just like stops and he's like, Elaine? I'm sorry if this is weird. I think I might know you from animal control. I'm kind of around there a little bit, and I know Ashling.
And she looks up, looks at you for a moment. And you can tell from the look on her face, she has no earthly idea who you are.
Perfect.
I'm sorry, have we met?
No, I've just heard about how involved you are with animal control, and I'm kind of wanting to be in a little bit of the same. My name's Thomas Burns Sullivan. Lovely to meet you. Um, I actually got my big boy. I have an Irish wolfhound of my own. I got him from an animal shelter back in Dublin. Quite of an animal lover I am.
Go ahead and give for me.
I live in fear.
Go ahead and give me a composure and subterfuge.
Composure and subterfuge, you say? Can I argue composure an animal can? Because I'm
No.
talking to them. All right, can I blood search?
You can.
Okay. Let's do it. I get hungrier. Hooray. But it'll be fine. I didn't get hungrier from that other one though. So we're at hunger 2. I'm trying to flirt. Ooh. I think I'm gonna keep it, gang. I don't know if I want to risk it for the biscuit.
Biscuit probably isn't worth it. You're good.
Biscuit probably won't be worth it at this early in the stage. We'll keep it.
So she looks at you, her eyes narrow a bit before she looks you up and down. And she leans over and whispers something in the strawberry blonde woman's ear as the woman gets up and makes her way towards the back of the club where the restrooms are. And Elaine will slowly slide out of the booth and get very close to you. Like private conversation distance.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a wits and awareness.
Sweating. Am I paranoid?
You tell me.
A little bit, yeah. Well, his mind is going like 1,000 places a minute right now. Oh God, I don't know if I should blood surge for this too. I won't. I'll keep it. Okay, 4 successes. I will go ahead and, if I can willpower, I will try and get a couple more successes.
You don't need to, but you're welcome to if you like. Feel
Will,
free to burn as much willpower as you want.
listen, don't you say that. Don't you put that in my head. Would more successes make it more likely for her to like come outside or something?
You are noticing something. This is not to get her out of the bar.
That's
This
fair.
is
I'll keep
something
it.
that you are
I'll keep it.
seeing, hearing, like your senses are engaged.
I'll keep it then. I'll keep it at 4 successes.
Okay. You will note that her hand has dipped into the purse that hangs off her shoulder. And you hear the softest click.
I apologize. For coming on strong. It's been a while since I hit the scene. I'll leave you to your business. I was just wanting to talk dogs with you.
No, you're not going anywhere, Leech.
Am I sitting with you then?
Very calmly. Take a seat.
Then again, we'll kind of move to sit down, try to catch the eye of Cyrene.
Cyrene, Lenka, if you are inside, please feel free to make a wits and awareness check.
Hypervigilance come into play, I take it?
Yep.
All right. Just give me one moment. My computer's running slowly, but I will get that to you here momentarily.
Should have asked if the blood surge does anything. Should have asked.
Do I mean, I should probably, shouldn't I?
You can feel free to burn as much willpower tonight as you like.
I will willpower this? Because I will willpower this. I mean, that was better. Hope it's enough.
It's enough to see Finnegan sitting down with this woman.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Again, Cyrene, it is enough to see Finnegan sit down in a booth with this woman.
Sorry, I was muted. Let me. I said I was gonna spend my first willpower, so give me 1 second.
Did Lenka see that other lady go to the bathroom?
Yeah. Yeah, you saw her get up and go to the bathroom. And then you saw the woman stand up, and then you saw Finnegan get into the booth with her.
Bumped it to a 6.
The bathroom.
Yep. You also noticed the woman going to the bathroom and Finnegan sitting down with Elaine at the booth. Now, we're going to take a moment and we are going to transition outside. Luke, how attentive are you in watching the building that the bar is in?
Very. He is definitely watching people as they come and go, watching the building, because he knows that Phaesight gives him some insight into things that are not strictly human. So having some warning on those things is always helpful.
You see what looks to be a faint glow emanating from inside of the bar. It
I know.
is it is the same kind of glow that you have seen from John, Alicia, Cyrene. It is not exactly the same, but it is enough to say, like, these are very similar things.
And since I know Phasite doesn't pick up vampire things, I'm guessing this leans more in the faith line of things then.
It is a fair assumption to make, yes.
Oh. If we have the communication going, Luke would let well, people know that there is perhaps one of the faithful here could be our target. I don't know.
Finnegan, do you have your radio on?
I was going to say I would have loved to have had it on as I even walked up, put it in my pocket.
Do you have an earpiece for it? Or is it just the walkie-talkie?
I think it would probably have some kind of earpiece. Yeah.
Okay. So you would hear that message from Luke.
Sorry, say that again. Which
you would-
message? Like, what did he say? Sorry.
Oh, that one of the faithful is here. Which would probably explain how you were detected. Yeah.
Okay. As he kind of sits, he'll just look over to her. Clever lot you are.
I've dealt with your kind before.
Oh, eh? You seem a little young.
It's not the years, it's the mileage, right?
I suppose. And the wisdom that you learn along the way. Friends that you make, enemies that you make. It all comes around in the end, don't it?
Now, we can make this very easy. And you can come with me out to the back alley and we can finish this off. Or we can make it very messy. The choice is yours. Lenka, did you say you were going to the bathroom? Okay.
Yeah, she just slowly want to like go casually towards the bathroom.
Go ahead and give me, we're going to call it a composure and stealth. Okay.
Did you get
It is dark. Elaine does not seem to be paying attention to you. Her attention is held on Finnegan. And you're able to make it to the bathroom, assumedly unseen. Cyrene, what is it that you're doing?
Cyrene is watching Lenka and Finnegan. Like, she would I see Lenka go off and probably the door, swinging as Lenka goes in, and then turn it back to, she's got to trust Lenka, and that Lenka will get this, and we'll keep an eye on Finnegan as a just to make sure what's happening and be a second line of communication if his walkie isn't picking things up, because she also would have the earpiece in with her walkie.
And I'm imagining it's like the walkie-talkie in his pocket is like the, what is it, input for the audio kind of thing, where it's just like that's where it actually picks up all the voices. It's not like in the earpiece.
I mean, there is a push to talk mic along the wire.
Mm.
And then you have the earpiece in. So you would still have to key the walkie-talkie, but there wouldn't be any external sound.
Okay. Oh boy. Hey, ST.
Yes.
I know you've been waiting for this question ever since you gave this to me, and I've been dreading it. What's the role
Mhm.
to use Mesmerize?
So mesmerize would be your manipulation and dominate versus her intelligence and resolve.
Okay. I'm gonna keep that as a last resort because it would only be a pool of 4, and I bet that her resolve as a hunter is probably pretty high. So, all right, you're in charge. You're the one with the gun. Got something dipped in holy water in there?
Oh no, something much, much nastier. So what we're going to do is we're both going to very calmly get up. And we are going to saunter off to the restrooms. You're going to keep going past the restroom and out the back door and into the alleyway.
You want me to leave my walking stick here, or take it with us? Depends on if you want me to have something you might think as a weapon on me.
You can go ahead and leave it on the bench there.
He'll stand up. And he'll like purposefully move it from one hand to the other, like slowly, so like she doesn't think he's like gonna swing at her or something. And like go to place it down, and hopefully as he leaves his shillelagh behind, which is always at his side, hopefully that will give a big red flag to Cyrene.
So, Cyrene,
Uh-huh.
you would happen to notice that Finnegan has left his walking stick behind as he's moving away from the booth with Elaine walking behind him, her hand tucked into like a hip bag or a purse or something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, the red flag could not be any bigger unless with that guy with the big red flag running across the street at this moment. She is going to wait because where she was positioned, like, and the bathrooms are probably like this to where her voice isn't going to be picked up. She is going to key the walkie, like she's adjusting the jacket, and just be like, "Hey, big dog's heading outside with pretty lady. Get ready."
Do we know that there is an alley that's there?
It's easy to see the alleys that run alongside of the building, and it's fair to assume that there is an alley that runs behind the building as well.
And it's pretty easy to tell that that's where this is going.
Fairly easy, yeah, considering what
Cool.
Cyrene just told everybody. It's a pretty good conclusion to make.
Yeah, I think this is where we rouse for things like toughness and fleetness.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do that and then start making my way to counter ambush this execution.
Making my way downtown.
Rousing fleetness. Oh god, with that sword.
Hey, these are both second level powers that I get to re-roll these rouses, so that's fun.
That's correct. Because you got that good blood potency.
Uh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. That the second one I just didn't
Hey.
change the note. So we got hungrier, but we are now fast and
Oh,
tough.
we only got a little hungrier.
Yeah.
Dante, you are also heading around back.
Yes, sir. I would have my fists obviously exposed, but
Now-
I am heading.
Are y'all heading down either side of the building to kind of hopefully form a pincer maneuver, or are you
Yeah.
following each other?
Yeah,
Okay.
very strategic. But
Just
once I
wanted
get to
to-
the back, I would find like a, I don't know, trash can, an alleyway, or some kind of where I'm not just. She comes out and I'm there.
Okay. Give me. We're gonna call this an intelligence and stealth.
And
Can I
we'll say
use
that-
my urban specialty for that?
Yes.
we will say that as Luke starts to move, he's gonna pull those shadows in around him because
Good call. Good call. Which will give you a bonus to any stealth rolls that you need
Yep.
to make.
and intimidation in case I need it.
Well, you certainly feel like you're concealed, Dante. You feel like you have found the best hiding spot. No one is ever going to see you standing beside this dumpster. But for a moment, we are going to pause on this, and we are going to head into the restroom with Lenka and Aoife.
Kill the priest.
Murder was just written in chat.
This isn't the priest.
Nope, this isn't a priest. This is just a mortal.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're gonna find out that she's just regular. Okay, great. No, not time for Moida just
Oh
yet.
no, but it's fine that she's just regular. It's perfect actually.
Oh boy.
So, Lenka, what is it?
Mhm.
What is it that you're doing?
So, entering the bathroom. What do I see?
It is. You've got two stalls, sinks. The ever present hygiene product dispensing machine. It's a small bathroom, and you do not see the woman just kind of standing around. She is in one of the stalls.
Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bright is it in here?
It is much brighter than it was in the club. Like this would be considered a well lit room.
Okay. She will is the light above the mirror or above in the ceiling?
Yes, the lights are all above in the ceiling. It's drop ceiling, fluorescent tubes. So like it is fairly well lit.
Okay. Yeah, probably. That's fine. So is it like one of the stalls is like obviously closed and the other one is open, or are they both
Correct.
closed? Okay.
No, one is
And
closed,
it's
the other is open.
And it's clearly locked.
I mean, it's clearly closed.
Okay.
You could
She's
check it.
going- Well, I'm looking. Is the little red thing like? Is it red?
Oh, that's right. You guys have different stalls in Europe than we
Yeah.
have here in the States.
Obviously.
You have stalls that are actually worth a damn.
Oh God.
There's no external signal to let you know that it has been
Yeah.
locked.
There is no external signal that says it's locked. It's just
You
closed.
Yeah.
guys are. I'm saying this very
There's, like-
publicly. You guys are useless.
There's also probably big enough gaps you can just see the person in there because they're also real garbagey that way
you
too.
can.
Well, then I can also see if there's a
Yeah.
latch.
Yeah, I mean, it would
Is it
require
latched?
you. It would require you walking up to the stall and like,
I'm looking,
Looking.
at the door, at the latch, at the
it is locked. It is occupied.
Okay, I have prowess. Push.
Again, we have much different stalls here in the States. While you don't need prowess, you do you did already activate it. So
Did.
You just murder this woman by opening a door on
No,
her.
I'm not gonna
Go
murder
ahead.
her. Is
Go
it
ahead
like,
and
is
give
it one
me
of
a-
those that swings like inward or outward?
go ahead
Is my question.
and give me it swings inward. Go ahead and give me a strength plus brawl.
Why is Discord acting weird?
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting that this is going to be like the 16 with a crit.
Not gonna be. It's-
Yeah,
I
our
rolled
chat
so
raises
bad.
our chat
It's
raises an
so
excellent point. It's going to swing whichever way you want it
So
to.
horrible.
Yeah, flashbacks to lockboxes being thrown across room.
Okay.
Solid meta miss.
Oh.
I've already spent 2 fucking
Oh.
willpower. I'm not gonna spend any more right now.
Oh. Oh.
Poor woman.
Lenka.
It is also unfixable.
Haha.
That is 6 successes with an unfixable messy crit.
Yep.
The gang does a murder.
As you rear back and boot this stall door in,
Oh no.
I was kidding, Iona. I was kidding. Don't do it.
it crumples like tissue paper.
God.
And you hear this sickening crunch and squelch as the door falls. And there is a trigger warning, dead body, a partially decapitated body now slumped on the toilet.
Okay. She will.
You just picked a whole bunch of oopsie daisies.
I freaking did. She just looks at it for a second and she's like, "It's not what I was aiming to do, but it's probably still gonna do the job." Anyway, she will take off her jacket and like just pick the pieces away and like put them to the side, just like flop it over the brutally mangled body or part of her body, just kind of like carry her, and
I'm sorry, what are you putting over her?
like her jacket. Just like putting her jacket over
This is
the
a-
head part.
This is a mangled corpse.
Yeah.
Like, she feels like putting in a sack in your arms.
I thought you said she was just like partially decapitated.
You crushed her with a door, babe.
Fine. Okay, fine. Different idea. Still gross. Trigger warning and everything. Lenka's gonna just take the partially decapitated head and just like pop it right off. Put the jacket around the head. Carry it around. Gonna stick her head out from the bathroom, see if she sees Cyrene anywhere.
Just holding a decapitated head.
Is Irene
Just
there?
holding a head.
Shush! Is Irene there?
You do not see Cyrene.
I need to ask.
Oh,
But Lenka,
yeah.
you are going to be taking a stain for this.
Well, fine. There we go. The stain is taken.
Because the murder itself was brutal, but the just popping off the head was that little extra cherry on top that you needed to truly earn that stain.
This was not the plan, okay? It was the dice. Don't freaking blame me, okay?
Can we call this the Heisman maneuver?
The dice didn't say I take off her head. That's not what the dice said.
The dice didn't say I am going to beat down the door of this stall.
No, not
that
dice.
out there.
Heisman, the Heisman maneuver.
I just wanted to push it open. Anyway, Cyrene's not there.
The door
Nope.
is open.
But how many people are in this bar? Like, how many people were in?
There's like, a good 15, 20 people in this bar.
I can't have anyone come in here right now. Oh goodness. Okay. Instead, she's just gonna stand there, back up against the door so nobody can come in. Just in the walkie-talkie, and it's gonna sound like while she talks. Problem, bathroom. Made an oopsie. Blood. A lot of blood.
Yeah.
I got her friend though. That's what you hear in the walkie-talkie, amongst all of the.
That's all well and good, but like your coterie mate is
It's
about
fine,
to be
it's fine, it's
executed
fine.
in a dirty alleyway. So priorities. But you got her. You certainly got her.
If Cyrene is hearing that while trying to get.
Just if that is what's coming across the radio, then Luke would let everyone know, like, that him and Dante are on the way to handle Finn. Cyrene, I guess, go see what Lenka is dealing with.
Yeah, I'll call Sunshine, and she's just gonna run to the back door, and we'll say, leaving the dog stick by the door, and then run back to the bathroom.
Finn's hearing all of this, and he's just like, right, it's fine. Everything's fine.
So we are going to pivot over to Finnegan, speaking of.
Oh, good.
As the two of you step outside and you hear Elaine's voice in your ear. Now, if you'd be so kind as to get down on your knees and take what's coming to you like a good boy.
Is there lots of people in and around here?
Not in the alleyway.
He's
But there were-
successfully hidden back here then.
Luke, you are successfully hidden.
Great.
Dante's just
Look,
kind of
I just want to
over
roll it.
there.
Great.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah,
Finnegan-
no, you are L7 square, my guy.
Yeah, I kind of figured I might be. If Finnegan seems to be complying, then we're gonna kind of wait for that gun to come out, and then it's blink.
Finn is. He knows something is happening.
I will.
Blanca and
Finnegan,
Cyrene.
I will give you an opportunity to do one action. You can either comply
Mhm.
or you can attempt to resist.
I know that my coterie is here. I'm not alone.
Okay.
I'll comply. Would you
All
give
right.
a poetic Irishman some last words at the very least?
As you feel something press against the back of your head, cold, metallic. No, I don't weep tears for the dead. Luke, you have just enough of an opportunity to do something here.
Well, well, we're not gonna try and get fancy with it. It is just I don't have lightning strike for the free attack, but I do have the blink of I'm there and put the sword through her. Like the option of capture her stopped being a thing when she put a gun to Finn's head. Like
Okay. Go ahead and give me your dexterity and melee. And you give me just 1 second while I double check something here. First, we're going to do a dexterity and athletics. I need the rouse check. I need a dexterity and athletics, and then I need a dexterity and melee. We are going to change this bad boy.
okay. And because this is not combat, because this is for the blink dexterity, I can add my celerity to this, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's 4 for the blink. Did get hungrier, so the attack will be with a bit more hunger on it.
Then
That's okay.
and then go ahead and roll out your attack.
Does Finn see this in any way, shape, or form? Or is
No.
it like it's blink literally you appear?
It is literally blink.
Magical. I was gonna see if like I could try. I can't do much to throw her off her balance, but
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna, but no.
I will go with the 10 double crit. Is just we're Highlandering this person.
Yeah, 10 successes with a double crit. I was gonna try to see if maybe, but no, her dice pool just isn't that large. So, and she is a mortal.
And we brought the business sword, so
Luke, go ahead and Tell us how this goes down.
Essentially, as she puts the gun and Finn asks for his request, as she is like, I shed no tears for the dead, it is that space between them is crossed in a rush, hardly seen, and the sword strike goes with it. He doesn't have lightning strike, so it's not as not completely clean, but you've seen those samurai movies of a strike happens and then a body falls, and that's where we're at.
Yep. And now for my end. First and foremost, Felber, make sure you Hall of Fame that.
Can do.
But also, let's just Cyrene. You were going out the back as well?
Cyrene was going to go out the back, then hearing Lanka's thing, kind of just paused, checked the hallway, and did a slide with the shillelagh to the door, apologizing it to profusely, like, sorry, in Gaelic, and then ran over to Lanka's door, or the bathroom door, and, like, opened it like
Okay.
darling.
So we're going
Lanka's
to hold the
blocking
alley
door,
scene.
so
We're going to hold the alley scene, and we're going to focus on the bathroom. So, Lenka, you're holding the door shut.
yeah, Lanka's standing in front of the door in case anyone tries to get in.
Okay. Suddenly, Cyrene is at the door and trying to make her way into the bathroom.
In that case, Lenka will open it just enough for Cyrene to come in and then close it again.
Okay. Cyrene,
Okay.
you have seen some sights before. You have seen the aftermath of some of the things that Lenka can do. This is downright brutal.
Okay.
Look, I can explain.
Okay. Were you
I was
trying to
just
finesse
trying-
something? And
Yeah. I wanted to just,
okay.
kind of use her a little bit as like a if you don't do what we say threat, kind of, Didn't want to actually kill her, but here we are. Anywho,
Okay.
we can't have anyone going in here. They got it out there?
Neither one of you
Right
have
now,
any
I'm taking
idea.
the no news as. I'm gonna take the no news as good news.
Right. I think are you okay with me going out here if you make sure nobody comes in here?
How covered in blood is Lenka? 'Cause
Lenka is
grabbing the head.
Oh yes, grabbing the head and yanking that off. There is some blood splatter on her. Yes, it is not like drenched in blood, but
Okay.
there is a noticeable amount.
Right. Okay.
Which she has not seen in the mirror
Okay.
because she cannot see herself.
Okay. We need to get you cleaned up before you go out there. I'm gonna call Sunshine and see how much damage control
Alright.
they can do here.
You just go.
Okay. And she's gonna like wet a couple of paper towels and
You just go.
go ahead, hon.
You just go, and I'll stay here. Make sure nobody gets in. You call somebody, but deal with the
Okay.
alleyway first.
Lock. Yeah, you lock the door. I'll start calling Rowan. Just.
All right.
She
If-
looks like she wants to touch Lenka's face, but the blood splatter, and we'll stop. We'll figure it out, and then head out.
All right.
And call Sunshine Cleaners. Rest job,
You will-
please.
Once again, stand in front of the door so nobody can get in.
and your Call to Sunshine Cleaner goes through, and as far as you are aware, someone is en route to clean this mess. Now that you've made the phone call, are you staying with Lenka or are you going to the alleyway?
She told Lenka to lock the door. She's going to reach into the bag that she always has, post an out of order sign on the door to buy us at least a little bit of time. And then
Okay.
take the shillelagh out into the alleyway, like, oh, I'm ready to say, oh.
So, Cyrene, you will see the aftermath of this, but this is just too good that I can't help but narrate a little from my own end. Luke, your footfalls are silent and swift. You move as though you are death incarnate. Every moment of training turns action into instinct. Your blade flashes in the lights in the with the lights of the city. And as your blade bites cleanly and slices all the way through Elaine's rather long, delicate neck, you watch the head tumble in the direction of the swing before the body slumps and falls. It is at this moment that there is a ripple through the city. You feel Philadelphia twist around you, as though something horrible has happened to the city itself. The lights all around you seem to dim a bit. The buildings loom in larger. The city around you feels more inhuman, oppressive, darker. As Cyrene busts out of the back door, shillelagh raised, as though they are going to just put the absolute hurt on somebody. Cyrene, you see Finnegan on his knees facing the wall. You see a dead body behind him with a head just kind of lolling in the alleyway. And Luke cleaning his blade before putting it away. You also see Dante, who's just been watching from behind a dumpster. Like, he's just there. He definitely looks like he thinks he's hiding, but like he's just there and watching.
Well, to be fair, I would have made a move when yeah.
No, but
Very quickly shuts the door.
But no, in all seriousness, Dante, where are you in the alleyway at this point?
Well, the second I heard the thing that she said, I would have begun to move that way. Now, obviously, I'm not nearly as adept as Luke, so I probably would have just begun to climb out of the shadow as the killing blow hit, and just kind of like stopped and saw what had happened. Like, holy shit!
Not all of us are anime protagonists.
Yeah, like
Look, I built an anime character. That's all I got over here.
he's like anime Obi-Wan, and I'm Jack Reacher. Like, it did, like the movement.
Hey,
was completely different.
You're still there, and you're ready to kick ass.
But at the same time, I see the blood, and I
question.
got hunger for. So like, I'm like, can I still drink that?
Oh, that's right.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Dante, go
And
ahead
she
and give me
got
a hunger frenzy, buddy.
spicy
Yeah.
blood.
And
Yeah,
what does that follow
decapitation.
exactly?
That is
Decapitation isn't clean.
your remaining willpower and 1/3 of your humanity rounded down. All I can say is this is going so well. This could not have gone better.
You know, at least we didn't kill a prince.
That remains to be seen.
Hey, I have maybe stabbed a little bit of the soul of the city, but you know.
Yeah, no, I with specific rituals I know of, I'm like, would Cyrene catch that like little last bit of it?
Yes,
Do
and
I-
I want you to make an intelligence and occult.
Do I include hunger in that rule?
Can do.
No hunger in that roll.
Okay.
You can add your blood sorcery to that as well, Cyrene.
And we already
Give me
have
1 second. I'm
coterie on the way.
oh, come on. Would my specialty in blood magic come into play here?
Okay. 1 second. Dante, you successfully resist the frenzy. I'm sorry. Please repeat that, Cyrene.
I have a blood magic specialty. Will that come into play with this?
Yes.
Okay.
That is going to come into
Cool,
play
that
with
is-
this.
Awesome. That gives me another dice from the Dolczynski lore sheet.
That is the specialty that I was referring to, not like blood sorcery, but your specialty in blood magic.
Gotcha. I figured.
Can Finnegan do a kind of spooky dark thing now that he no longer has a gun pressed at his head?
You know what? Sure. While
It's
Cyrene's
only
rolling that out,
it's only role play kind of thing.
go for it. You know I love the flavor.
Like Hamlet, he will take her head and just like look at her and just kind of get down on the ground
Alas,
and take what you deserve and throw her head on her body.
alas, poor Elaine. I
I
knew her,
knew her
Luke.
well. I knew her look.
I am so tempted to go fishing for more, but 8 with a critical against a bestial.
Do it.
Okay.
Let's light this candle.
Oh boy.
I still have 5 willpower after this, so 9.
While you have only ever read of it in books within the Chantry, you are aware of the Fisher King ritual. It is not the city that lost humanity. It is the sorcerer who has tied himself to the city that just lost humanity.
Can Cyrene 2 + 2 = share what Fennec is putting together, given the past Seneschal board mission?
Yeah. Cyrene would know that this is the telltale signs of a sorcerer that has a connection to the land.
Oh, and safe to assume because that was important to Finnegan.
And based on the information that
Finnegan.
you had, in the dossier, what can we conclude?
Benji.
that this was a Touchstones of John's.
Oh boy. I don't like that. John's gonna hate us.
Congratulations, gang. You killed one of the prince's touchstones.
Woo!
The prince should have better touchstones then.
Prince should make better decisions.
I'm not saying he shouldn't. I'm not saying y'all did a bad thing. Nothing like that.
Yeah, it is true.
Just-
Mhm.
To be fair, she was
Yeah.
a touchstone before she was a hunter. If
I
that
almost
makes,
drained
if
her.
that makes
Oh
it
my
better.
God.
Yeah, that would have been interesting.
Not only did we decapitate her, but Dante drained her. He's Club Zero.
Like, uh, I don't know if you had that much of a chance there. If she's rocking True Faith to be able to sense you being what you are,
Yeah.
we were kind of walking into where we were going to be seen on that one.
Yeah, I wasn't fully sure if it was like if she just could tell or if like I fucked up somehow.
It's
Is
one of the very
Finn
first
still
hunter
holding the
abilities.
head?
Is being able to sense, like,
Yeah, that's fair. He dropped it back on her corpse.
She'll look. Don't. You want to be very, very gentle with that. Is
Right.
we.
Cyrene, go ahead
know
and give
some-
me a composure and resolve, please.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun.
It's just a flashback.
Now,
Fix it.
while all that's going on in the alleyway, Lenka, you would hear the shave and a haircut knock on the bathroom door and hear Rowan's muffled voice. How are the repairs going in there?
Pretty shit.
Mind unlocking the door so I can help you out?
She very gently opens the door and lets him in.
And once he is inside, he looks at you, looks at the scene. What the fuck happened here?
I just wanted to push the door open and then it I think I pushed too hard.
There is a momentary shocked look on his face before he turns and kind of points. You flicked too much.
I flicked too much. And then she just hands him the bundle in her arms. Oops.
Please don't tell me this is. Okay.
So squeamish for
I
Hakata.
was gonna intimidate her, but then Serene thought I should not leave, so I stayed.
He takes the
And I
bundle.
don't know what to do.
He takes the bundle, goes into the stall. There's a bit more like,
Poor guy.
it's you. She's like soup in a bag.
I'm sorry. I swear.
And he-
swear I did not mean to kill her.
And he sets about the task of performing ashes to ashes and kind of melts the body into ash, reaches into his bag, pulls out rags and a trash bag and a big spray bottle, and just gets to work cleaning up all of the blood in the stall.
Linker will also take some rags and help cleaning herself and cleaning everything else. And I think we should probably also go to the hallway to the back alley because I don't know what's happening out there. I should probably go first, but there might need some cleanup out there too. Hopefully it's not our own.
So, Cyrene, you manage to keep your composure while all of this is going down. It takes you a minute, but soon enough, you are joined by Lenka and Rowan. Rowan is still looking a bit shook, and then he looks at the decapitated body laying in the alleyway and just kind of grumbles under his breath or moving over to the body. And
Read this one, Rowan. I
Rowan.
heard about some kind of murderer, so you might be able to just toss it into his bin.
No,
he
you all don't understand.
He looks
Sorry,
he
go ahead.
looks the body he looks the body over when Finnegan makes that comment and kind of nods. He picks up the head, moves it away from the body, and uses ashes to ashes on just the head. He goes, there. As long as nobody walks through the puddle or disturbs the body in any way, it should look like our headsman friend's work.
You were going to say something, Cyrene.
We should probably talk back at Pal House about what we just did, because it's best not to talk about that in the open.
You
And
fulfilled the mission.
surprise,
No, there was more there.
All right.
and she will very gently. Oh, go ahead. You first.
No love.
No, she's not really saying anything. She's just reciting the final rites, the Catholic final rites, and crossing Elaine's arms very gently before backing away.
Rowan is looking at you like, what did I just fucking say?
She
Time
touched the
to
arm.
now
She didn't
look.
go in the puddle.
No, as long as nobody moves the body.
Ah, shit. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I will
Cyrene
give
is
you
thinking
I
about
will
her
give
friend
you
who
a
just lost
mulligan.
humanity, and this was important.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. I will give you a
She will
mulligan to
start and
carefully
then
consider
realize-
your options.
Okay, she will not do that. She will start to reach and then stop and just make the sign of the cross and say the prayers before going to the van.
So are all of you now headed to the van?
I think so, yeah.
I would help
Uh,
Finn up, but then yes.
Dante, it is about this time that you begin to feel the effects of the alchemy wearing off. You all gather back into the van and beat a rather hasty retreat back to Powell House. Once you have returned to Powell House and are back in the meeting, you can hear what sounds like Arwen and Tay playing in one of the rooms, and Mr. Carey kind of egging them on, keeping the boyos company, keeping them out of trouble, but like also kind of being out of the way. So now that we have returned back to the Coterie Haven, Cyrene,
Okay. Did any of you feel what I felt, where village just kind of upon itself?
I did.
Like I lost something dear?
I did. There was some connection there.
There is a certain ritual, if you get strong enough, called the Fisher King, where you are tied with the domain. And that includes all that you hold dear in it.
The king is the land is the king. I've seen how this
The
goes.
king is the land, and the land is the king. So we took care of the mission, but I don't know what's going to happen to John after this.
I have an idea of where this leads eventually.
Wait, are you saying that she was John and they were so connected that oh she made bad
Many of us-
choices.
He has tied himself very deeply to the people of this city, some in particular, I would imagine, some places. So that is the danger he faces with being this close to the city. From what I understand, I don't know this ritual specifically, but I do get the idea from the other Philly that I saw is that the prince went more monstrous. He took the city with him, and I would imagine that that can work in the other direction.
And I suppose we just need to be getting John to find new ones. Ones that won't turn on us. I don't know what we could. Our hands were rather tied. So I do feel bad thinking about John's loss, but
We couldn't have known, and he couldn't have told us.
there's no way of knowing. And
No.
for how she reacted immediately upon meeting me, she reached for her gun as soon as I came up. I don't know if it was something I said, but you said like there was some kind of light, and that they sense things. So I don't think there was a way around this other than fighting her.
No, I think she had. Well, I've noticed, at least in the past, that those who have particularly strong faith in one way or the other have a connection, have an ability to sense those that are not normal. It's a bit different for, depending on the faith, but from what I know of hunters, it is usually a way to detect the inhuman. But we wouldn't have known that until we walked in there. So
Precisely.
My deeper concern is, did the ringmaster Benji know this and purposely recruit for that purpose? Like, how would he have found out John's touch tone? And are others as well? And is he doing the very thing we're trying to do, which is unravel our prince by his structure? Like, did he purposely put this in line knowing how we would react, and this would be a potential outcome, but also a necessary loss to weaken him? Or is it just a byproduct?
I feel she likely turned over any resources she had when she joined up in this cell. If she had information on John, she likely told him.
she was a connection to the city as well as the court. Makes her very tempting for this cell to have converted her over. With her having faith, that means she truly believed in this. There was no. I do not think ghouling her and converting her back would have worked anyway. At this
At
point,
least you use the word spurned for a reason.
yeah.
As you were
If
saying,
the
at this
general
point-
has, go on.
Yeah.
If the general goes on and wants to somehow punish us for what we did protecting the city, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But sometimes we gain, sometimes we lose. Sometimes we become more human, sometimes we become more monstrous. It's the way of the world. It's what happens when we play these games.
Luke, that was impressive. I didn't see much of it, but I saw the end result.
Yeah, I really have to thank you for that.
I appreciate you saving my friend.
Is what I have practiced to do. It's not what I'd like to do, but sometimes options are few.
Very true. And I'm glad that I knew that you all had my back. And I'm thankful that I didn't have to thank you. Look.
Do we want to inform our shadow? I'm sure that you've already got wind of something happening. But the
Yes, no.
detail.
An official report to her would be for the best, so that you're not just hearing it from Rowan and them.
Yes, I'm not. I mean, I'm sure they're close, but you can never assume that she knows that this was a touchstone. I mean, for me, all I saw was blinking lights, and I thought that was just me for a second. So,
So, something that I would like to point out to each and every one of you tonight. You did a phenomenal job this evening. All of you. These things do unfortunately happen in the world of darkness. It is, alas, not the world of sunshine and rainbows. But I think here is a good place to close out our session. We can hand wave that Alicia has received reports. We are going to take a moment, go around the table, who we are, where we can be found, and try to end things on a bit lighter of a note. Because on the upshot, you took out a very important member of the cell. For all of the downsides associated with this act, you have still struck a crippling blow and have saved undead lives.
Mission
Whatever
success.
that is worth. Mission success. So we are going to start with eeny, meeny, miny, Mr. Omadra.
Hi everyone, thanks for watching. I am Tristan KitKat. If you can find me, best of luck. And it was a pleasure playing the Mad Irishman.
Feel free to popcorn it over to one of your available players.
Luke.
Sure. I can be found as Dapper Zombie everywhere that you want to find me. TikTok still why it's going. These places as well. This logo is essentially everywhere. But yeah, I was Luke, our cable knit ninja again, and I will be happy to continue playing. So go ahead and pop that over to Dante.
hey, I'm Humble on Discord and to my friends here. I've recently jumped back on TikTok. Right now, just doing kind of way of life things, but that is the Wandering Poetic. If you want to find me on there, I write tabletop RPGs on itch.io, Drive Through RPG, and all those things. And it was a pleasure hanging out with y'all.
All right. Feel free to popcorn it over to the next player.
Linka.
Hello. My name is Hannah, also known as Bad Luck Jinx 83, Lucky Jinx, Lucky Jinxie, all the variants. You can find me at that name wherever you want to find me, if you want to. I play the chaotic babyless umbrella and Giblisk.
We do have
Sure, if Serena's
Yeah.
back. So
we do have one player that is currently dealing with real life things and is unavailable to be at the keyboard, but they are the Fennec Wolf. You can find them at the Fennec Wolf on the Tiki Takis and such. They are our ever-present worrywart, Cyrene Leclerc. And I am the ST for the Ancilla table and lead ST for Philly by Night. You can find me at Einar_TTRPG on the TikTok for as long as that's around here in the States. And you can also find me where the skies are blue at instarsorbit.bsky.social. I want you all to have a fantastic night. Enjoy the rest of your day. And remember, just because we play monsters doesn't mean we can't be the light in somebody's world. Have a great night.